the player bonks his head on the floor. In this lecture, we're going to be adding a finish line for our game. In this lecture, we're going to be adding a finish line for our game, as well as a crash detector to detect when the player bonks his head on the floor. Let's jump right into it. Let's start by adding a win condition. And what I mean by a win condition is something that the player needs to do in order to win. In my game, the player needs to reach the far end of the level and touch my finish line in order to win the game and restart the level. So I'll double click main camera in order to go back over here. Then I'll open my sprites folder. You'll notice that we have two different finish line sprites. We have the post 1, which is a bit short, and post 2, which is a bit larger. You can choose whichever one you'd like, but I'm going to go with the larger sprite since it's a bit easier to see. I'm just going to grab it and rename it to finish line. And what do you think we need to add in order for the finish line to be able to detect the player? Aside from a script, we'll probably need a collider. So I'm going to add a new box collider 2D. By default, the box collider is going to be as big as the sprite itself. But in this game where my player jumps up and down, the player could be way higher than the finish line. Therefore, we need our collider to be taller than the finish line just in case the player is high up in the air. So over in my box collider, I'm going to select the Y size, and I'll increase it to, let's say, 50. This might look a little bit extreme, but now we don't have to worry about the player missing our finish line. One other thing we want to change is we don't want the player to smash into the finish line and suddenly stop. We just want to detect when the player passes through the finish line, so I'll set isTrigger to true inside of my collider. Now the player to smash into the finish line and suddenly stop. We just want to detect when the player passes through the finish line, so I'll set isTrigger to true inside of my collider. Now let's go back into my assets folder and into my scripts folder. I'm going to create a new script for my finish line, which I'm simply going to call finish line. Now I'm
Centrally Kansas, finish line.
Finish line. Hi, Corrupt. Thanks for helping me last night. Yeah, I was talking to Legion
Centrally Kansas,
later.
you didn't stream last night.
Okay. I was talking to Legion later, and he's telling me, he's like, oh, I agree with what Corrupt said about just coding your own instead of, like if you want something done right, just make it yourself. That instead of using Unity's new input system. Yeah. And then you know how it works. That's what she said. It's funny.
Centrally Kansas, yeah, I said that also half joke, but A. It's good for learning, and B. Their system is shit, and using it to solve your problem now gives you two problems, and a third that you don't know about yet.
Yeah. I really don't like that system. Yeah. Reloading. Long reloading domain. Jeez. Sometimes it's just, oh, you can see it, my cursor spinning. Is it done yet? There we go.
I'm going to go to my finish line object and drag this into my components. Now I'll double click my script in order to open my code editor. Over in my script, I'm just going to remove these start and update methods since we're probably not going to be using them. Instead, the only thing I need to do in my finish line script is to detect when the player is touching my trigger collider. And we can do this by writing on trigger enter, and make sure that you use the 2D version on trigger enter 2D. I'm going to select the autocomplete inside of VS Code and press enter. This will automatically create the method for me. For now, I'm just going to keep it very simple and on trigger enter 2D. I'm going to select the autocomplete inside of VS Code and press enter. This will automatically create the method for me. For now, I'm just going to keep it very simple and write debug.log. The player has won. Now let's save the script and make sure that this actually works. So I'm going to head back into Unity, and usually this finish line is going to be at the far right of the level. but I'm going to put it over here just so we can test this actually works. Let me start the game and see what happens. Our player is going to be surfing to the right, and as soon as we touch the finish line, it's going to print the player has won. Great, that means that our code is actually working. However, there's one thing we need to check in our code, and that's to make sure that it's actually the player that's touching this finish line. If we have a bunch of different moving objects in our game, such as enemies for example, we don't want to win the game if something other than the player has touched this finish line. So we need to make sure that it's the player that's touching the finish line and ignore everything else. In order to do this, we're going to use something inside of Unity called layers. Simply select your player, and at the top of the inspector, there's something called layer. Every single object inside of Unity can be grouped into different layers. If you open up this drop-down menu, Unity is going to show us a bunch of different layers that it created by default. We have default, transparent FX, ignore raycast, water, and UI. None of these are really a good fit for my player, so I'm going to add a new layer. It's going to open up a new window in our inspector that's going to allow us to add new layers. Now, it doesn't really matter where you put these layers, but I'm going to put it in layer 6. I'll create a new layer called player, and while we're here, I'm going to create another layer which I'll call floor. We'll probably need this in the future. Once you've written both of these layers, we'll go back to our player and set the player's layer to player. I'm confusing myself, but the point is, we'll set it to player. It's going to ask us if we'd like to change the layer for all of my child objects as well, which means everything else inside of player. Now, this isn't actually going to make a difference in this case, but sure, let's change all of the child layers as well. Now that this object is in its own layer, I can go back to my script and check if the finish line is touching this specific layer before this to player. Sure, it's going to ask us if we'd like to change the layer for all of my child objects as well, which means everything else inside of player. Now, this isn't actually going to make a difference if we set it to player. The object that we're and all the child layers as well. Now that this object is in its own layer, I can go back to my script and check if the finish line is touching this specific layer before winning the game. And over in my script, there are a couple of ways to detect if we're actually colliding with the player. However, the easiest way, and the one I'm going to show you right now, is to check if the object that we're going to collide with is in the layer that's currently called player. However, we first need to get the layer's index, which is the layer's position in the list. So if we go back into Unity and check our layers, you'll notice that this layer's index is currently number 6. We need to get this number in order to compare in our code. So jumping back in my code, I'm going to create a new integer called layer index, and then I'm going to set it to layer mask dot name to layer, open parentheses, and inside we're going to give it the name of my layer. So I'll write player inside. So it's going to take this name and turn it into a number, which is going to be 6. And you might be wondering, why don't we just set layer index to 6? And the reason for that is to keep our code easy to understand, and more importantly, so our code doesn't break if we ever change the order of layers. We can't guarantee that the player is going to have an index of 6. So we don't want our code to break in the future. Now that we have my layer index, we need to check if what we're colliding with has the same layer index. So I'll write if collision, and collision here is of type collider2D, so it has a bunch of different information inside of it. But we really don't need that information, so we just want to get the object that we collided with. So it's going to be collision.gameObject. Now that I'm holding the game object, which I assume is going to be my player, we need to check the specific layer that is currently in. So I'll write .layer. And layer in this case is the number that's currently holding the index. So I'm just going to compare it to my layer index. If they're both equal, that means that I'm touching the player. So I'll add curly braces, and inside of this if statement, we're going to say the player has won.
Rewinds it says, or layer that is the question.
With that layer, that is the question.
Rewinds it says, VTF is cut off my message.
Oh.
Rewinds it says, Isaid, layer or layer.
What is in there? Wait, why did I do that?
Now, you may be wondering,
Oh yeah, Corrupt, by the way, that guy who was doing the tutorial earlier, and you were like, oh, does this guy wear glasses? I bet he wears glasses. I was wrong. He does wear glasses. Because later on he showed himself, and then he was yeah, he wore glasses. So you were right. So he wore glasses and he was white. Okay, good job.
Rewinds it says, VTF can use Alt arrow up and down to move lines of code.
Oh yeah, forgot about that. I should probably do that because it's so slow clicking around on a trackpad. But also it's just my habit. I'm used to it. What the heck? Oh my god, it's moving it around! Is that what you meant? Oh, it moves the thing around. What? Oh, instead of this is so much better than copy and paste. Wow.
Centralican says, collision, other collider, game object, transform, root, game object är lika med player game object. Rewinds it says, yes, so you can just move the line into the curly braces. Centralican says, lul.
That is really useful. Okay, I'm making a note of that in my little Visual Studio shortcut notes. Hold. What was it again? Just I think it's Alt. Use Alt arrow up and down. Okay. Up and down. That's cool. There's so many cool ways to work with this without actually having to use your mouse.
What's the point of detecting collisions using layers rather than just using
lines,
tags?
It moves all selected lines even if you just select a piece of the line. Centrally can says, yeah, you should just unplug your mouse now and throw it away.
Oh wow, nice. Well, then all selected lines. That's useful now. I'll make a note of that too. Even if you just select it.
Rewinds it says, at centrally can sounds like she only has a trackpad now.
No, actually, well, I do have a desktop and mediocre desktop, but I just like to stream when I'm laying down. It's just so nice. It's just because it's cozy. Streaming's cozy.
Well, try it out.
Because it also means I can stream for like multiple hours when if I'm sitting up. I get really tired. Like when I'm playing a game and I'm sitting up at my desktop and I'm like tired after an hour or two. It's like, oh, my back's sore. I need to lay down. And sometimes studying can take up a long period of time when I'm like really confused. Oh my. Like we used to. Um Cool. Let me just test this out because it's cool.
Centrally can says,
oh look, they're all moving. That's fun. Cool.
Centrally can says, what's the question you were asking me? Centrally can says, in Discord.
Tags could definitely work here, and there's a bit of preference when it comes to using tags or not. But there are a few reasons why I chose to detect collisions using layers. First of all, it's good practice to avoid using tags unless we actually need them. We're going to be using layers in the future of this section anyway in order to stop certain layers from colliding with others. So we might as well use layers in order to detect collisions too. This saves us from having to go back to Unity and put tags on all of our objects, and maybe forgetting to put a tag on certain objects and having to juggle layers and tags at the same time. Also, we often use layers to split things into different categories, so to speak. So, put a tag on certain objects and having to juggle layers and tags at the same time. Also, we often use layers to split things into different categories, so to speak. So it might be useful to detect if what we're colliding with belongs to the floor layer, for example, rather than having to tag every single floor in our game, which would be a bit much. Anyway,
I've never heard of that word. Is there a word? Category?
Centrally can says, I don't even know if it was slow, I didn't run it loud.
Containment contingency.
Centrally can says, what dare you change?
Not bullying.
That's enough of me rambling, so let's head back to Unity and see if this code actually works. My player is going to zoom over to the finish line, and as soon as we touch it, it says the player has won. Nothing has changed, but now if anything else touches the finish line, then it's going to ignore our if statement and it's not going to win the game. We're going to restart the level in the next lecture, but for now, there's one more thing I want to do. We have a win condition now, but I also want to add a lose condition. Now in this game, I want it so that if the player's head touches the floor, then we lose the game. So I'm going to add a new collider, and I think the one that would fit here is a circle collider 2D, and I'm just going to put it in place by moving the offset. So I'll just put it roughly above my player's head, and maybe increase the radius a little bit. I'd like this to be a trigger collider as well, since we don't want the player's head to be sliding along the floor. So I'm going to go over to my scripts folder, and then create a new script, and I'll call this Crash Detector. And the reason I made a new script rather than... I'm going to go over to my scripts folder, and then create a new script, and I'll call this Crash Detector. And the reason I made a new script rather than just add more code into my player controller is that it's always good practice to separate your code as much as possible. You don't want to have one script doing 500 different things. Anyway, I'll select my player and then add the crash detector to my components. The script will detect when the circle collider touches the floor, and if that happens, then we lose the game and restart the level.
Rewinds it says, E tilde 400 FPS
And this
with 10,000 steps, frame with LLRLR or something like that.
This next part is going to be your challenge. I'd like it to end when the collider touches the floor, and if that happens, then we lose the game and restart the level. And this next part is going to be your challenge. I'd like you to edit the crash detector script in order to detect when the player's head touches the floor. Then, when that happens, I just want you to print the player lost. This might sound a bit difficult, but it's actually very similar to how we created our finish line.
Centralikan says, 400 FPS at 10k steps tilde är lika med 4 mil sec. Centralikan says, decent progress. Rewinds it says, what is my target boss? Centralikan says, make it faster than mine. Rewinds it says, what is yours? Centralikan says, in the web page, I eyeballed it between 200 to 250 mil sec. Centralikan says, highest I saw that implementation run native was 300 mil sec. Centralikan says, with the C# ver. Rewinds it says, 300 million steps you mean. Centrally Kansas, yeah about. Ruins it says, okok i ett to work boss. Centrally Kansas, as you optimize, it ends up being at a certain point. Small optimization är lika med plus 50 mil sec. Centrally Kansas. The one thing you didn't consider in mine was SIPO cache line optimizations or considerations. Ruins it says, this means I'm gonna have to capture frames to diag frame times, lesson smiley. Ruins it says, jag think hitting cache is huge savings. Centrally Kansas, nice trick salt.
Oh, thanks. I was just testing it, but then I was like, oh wait, I actually landed. I landed on the
And if
board.
you need more, start the
Wow.
level, and then
Which actually was the opposite of what I was trying to do. I was trying to get it to land on its head just to see what behavior it had, because I was like, wait, this is not a it's an is trigger, it's not a collider that's supposed to use physics, so
Centrally
it should go, it
Kansas,
shouldn't
you
touch
should
it,
not
and it
get
didn't touch it.
fucking die if it hits its head because it doesn't have a helmet.
Well, basically, the nice way of saying it is like, oh, you've lost the level, right? Because like in theory, maybe it does
and
die.
this next part is going to be the script will detect when the circle collider touches the floor, and if that
Ruins
happens,
it
then
says,
we
then
lose
if
the
it
game and
is, you
restart
have
the
to
level.
watch 3 means of
And
ads
this
or
next
pay
part
$3.
Okay,
Centrally Kansas, insättningstecken.
it's possible I might forget a little bit of the syntax, but I have an idea. Like, I think I know exactly what I'm supposed to do here. So, so I do 2t. Also, I think I'm gonna need to go back in and grab the floor and tag it or put it in the floor layer as well. If I just did that right now.
Centrally Kansas, idha botleenekt mi impel is bycash lines.
This is a part where I might forget syntax, but
Centralican says,
I
I'm
need
not yet in the
the
deep end for enough
tag,
to
the
know how
layer
to
of
think about that properly.
the circle collider. I can do that, right? Are these? Nope, not these. Just get components. Oh, I need something with collision. Wait, no, this is its trigger. So I need like an on trigger. Oh, wait, no, not update. Wrong. Let's delete it. On trigger enter. If collision dots game objects, I can apply it with dot pair. Wait. And trigger enter. Wait, this matters though. Wait. But I want the on trigger enter. Wait, actually, I'm not sure how do these things connect to each other. I don't just want on trigger enter. Yeah, on trigger. Oh, maybe I don't need to do this. Specify the circle collider. Because it should be like any. No, wait, would this be anytime the player enters a trigger? What if the player is the trigger? Wait, what if I have to take this? What if this script is supposed to go on the floor, not on the player? Because I think I'm supposed to put the script on the floor. I think that makes more sense. Where does it go? Does it matter? It probably does. On trigger enter be if this object is. I actually have to think about this a lot. Because I think it might matter which game object I attach it to. So if I use on trigger enter in the script, wait, let me mouse over it. It's called when the collider 2D enters the trigger. It's only. Hmm. Or maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it could go on the floor or on the dinosaur. I should test that if it ends up working and try moving it onto the other one to see if it still works. In this case, I don't think I actually need the get component then. Unless I'm allowed to do like. Wait. No, wait. This is a co. What is a collider? Collider 2D. This is a circle collider 2D. Which is probably. The parent class for collider types used with 2D gameplay. So is this a parent type of circle collider 2D? Let's see. How do you do the thing where you open up the code? What did my notes say? Control left click. Oh, it inherits from Glider 2D. Does that mean I could do collision equals? Just curious. If I don't know, probably not. Maybe? No. Wait, no. I meant head here, folks. Will this work? Oh, I can put it in. But how does that work? Oh, because it has the. So what if I do like this?
Centrally says, I gotta figure out that versus plugin so we can share the dance
Wait,
by
I can't do
color
that.
theme. Default versus theme is too blunt.
Cannot complicitly. Oh wait, no, because I haven't finished doing the equals. I need that get index thing. Well, let's just say for now, I'm just gonna make up a value just to see if it what the squiggly lines look like. Oh, this is fine. Okay.
Centrally says, doing it
I'm gonna
manually
try
is
this then.
easy but tedious.
What is this? These are get components. Get. Nope. What do we have with layer? Include layer. Force layer. Exclude layer. Complex layer. Override. Okay, I'm just gonna look because I don't remember. What did we even do in finish line? Oh, layer index. We did that layer. I completely forgot about that. I don't think it'll work if I put it up here. Let me see. Layer index equals. Layer mask. Name to there. Or. Oh, okay, no, it does work up here. Hmm. Layer index. Console dots. Right plane. Okay, well, I'll try putting it on the player. Did I save? Yeah. Should we load them in? we go. Oh, name to layer is not allowed to be called from a mono behavior constructor or instance field initializer. Yeah, I was thinking like I probably can't do that. So move it. Or I could just put layer index up here. And then put this in start. Equals. Okay, time to reload the domain again. Oh, I need my console. Oh, time to hit my head. Oh, this broke my script. Putting the crash scripts on the dinosaur. Oh, and it's not. And that's not even working either. It broke movement for one, for some reason. I do not know why. So this script broke movement, and it also
Centrally says
what?
it broke movement.
It broke the movement, yeah, and it also doesn't work either, like because there was no message of the player has lost. Interesting. Which probably means, well, I know it didn't trigger the message probably because I screwed up the script, and this is like wrong. So I probably can't do this with putting header box in here. Oh, because it's not an object. Wait a second. Oh, wait, I get it. Because it's only player that's tagged. Wait, no. What am I doing again? No, it's only the level sprite shape that's tagged with floor. So I'm getting the wrong thing. But no, but I need to know what's colliding with. Header box of the object out there. But then I'm looking at the layer index of floor. I don't know. I feel like it should work, but I have ideas of other things I can try. I don't know why this doesn't work. But yeah. Maybe just like look at it for a second, and then I'll try my other ideas. I also don't know why I broke movement. I have no clue. Is it like I can only have one script with? No, I don't know. I think you could have multiple scripts on an object, or is it like the script's overriding the old script? But that's also not true either because this code ran from the other script. This thing in the start. Or maybe I was using the wrong keys? Oh no, it works. Never mind. It's just the arrow keys that don't work.
says, you can have
No, it
multiple
works. It
scripts on an
works.
object, and even multiple of the
I don't know
same
why.
script
It's
you
working.
think.
No, that didn't break the movement. Okay. But it's not doing the player's loss. Or anything like that. Whee! That's fun. Okay. The first time it looked like movement was broken, so I don't know. That's weird. A player controller. Okay. So it could just be that. No, I don't know. Well, it also could be partially like that the script isn't supposed to go on the dinosaur. It's actually supposed to go on the level.
Centralican
This
says,
trigger,
we think the movement should spin you left if you press any key on the left side of your keyboard, and right if you press any other key.
yeah, it does. It does. It works. I don't know. It just doesn't work before. It felt like, see, it's spinning. Yep, it's all good. But the code I just wrote is not good. Yeah, so the player moves just fine. None of this is doing anything in the console. So maybe I should just use some console.write lines in starts, or something. So normally this would be the floor, but instead I put head hurt box in. That
Centralican says, so what happened? Did you invent a problem by pressing the wrong buttons?
no, I think I shouldn't. I wanted to just try something new, but I don't think head hurt box. Okay, I'll just out later. Oh wait, no, I get it. I'm saying if the head hurt box is the floor, that's wrong. That's just I shouldn't be doing that. It doesn't make any sense.
Sensation understreck black
This is a
1984
logic.
says,
This is
you need a
a
younger
logical
person's
error.
opinion on this
Collision
BGM.
game object
It's
out
from an
there.
old game. https://youtube.be
I put the wrong thing in the wrong thing because I was saying, is the head equal to the floor?
But why are you setting collision to header box?
I did that was wrong. I shouldn't have done that. I don't know. I thought what I was doing by doing that, I thought I was asking, is the game object colliding with the head the floor? That's what I thought I was asking, but I wasn't. I was actually saying, is the head equal to the floor? So that was just a mistaken understanding what it was doing for a second. But I caught it. I caught it. That was, wait, that doesn't make sense. It's wrong. That's why nothing's happening. Now, something I'm wondering is what happens if I put multiple circle colliders on my object and then I do get component circle collider? Like, what if I have many circle colliders? Like, what the hell is it gonna return?
Centralican says, Sonic the Hedgehog ost. Sensation understreck black 1984 says, it's exactly what it says on the tin.
Whee!
Centralican says, it returned one of them.
Oh, it's still not doing the logic though. Oh, it'll return one? Okay.
Centralican says,
damn it.
you can use yet components to yet all of them. Centralican says, erg.
Let me look at the script again. I think it has to do with this collision thing. So I'm not actually using this part at all, which is fine. The game object, this component is attached to a collision. $2D. Where's floor? Okay, console.WriteLine. Layer index.
Centrally can says, does Unity capture console write line?
Oh, damn it! Oh, did I do console.write? Oh, that's the problem! I'm not even thinking. No. Or actually, maybe it does. I don't know. But let's just debug.log.
Centrally
Because,
can says,
damn it.
debug, loglul.
But it's like, even if it doesn't do anything within Unity, the console.WriteLine, like, it's not yelling at me for writing it. So, like, then what? It just does nothing? It just, like, accepts it and then just doesn't actually do anything because there's actually no console? I don't know. How does that even work if it doesn't, if Unity doesn't use it? Why does it let me write that? But maybe Unity does use it. I don't know. I'm actually curious. Let's try it afterwards. Change it to a console.WriteLine and see if it shows up.
Centrally can says, they really should have just captured the stout stream from console write line.
Like, they really should. Keep simple.
Centrally can says, to avoid this completely avoidable problem.
Yeah.
Centrally can says, I literally did that shit in my custom runtime compiler mode.
Wait, what the hell? Oh my god, I can't get the keyboard controls to work anymore again. Why is it doing this? I really, what? See, now the
Centrally can
keyboard's not
says,
doing
for the
anything.
IDE, it captures debug log and console write line.
Oh wait. I think it started working at the very end. What? This map's so confusing. Alright, let's just do ideas. I have a debug.log. Let's also do another debug. Let's do a console.WriteLine on purpose. And put it here. And then reload a game. Reload domain again. And then wait like an hour. Oh, crap. Oh, it's working. Okay, so console.writeline doesn't work. It doesn't capture the stream. Yeah, boss.
Centralican says, I fucking hate this phone.
Oh. So everything's good here. Thanks, Centralicon. Okay, so we didn't
Centralican
actually need
says,
the
I
circle
don't
collider.
know
This was a
why it has
waste.
this problem, but they
The
gotta fix it.
component. Console.writeline does nothing. And that's why nothing was happening. It was because the thanks for catching that. It was because the console.writeline statement. That was the problem.
Centralican says, for some reason, it doesn't give me any notification or warning or anything at all for low battery.
Oh. Yeah, it's annoying. But there might be a setting in your phone that switches when it starts to get low battery. It'll switch the you into power saving mode and stuff. Like I put that on my phone, and it makes it so that all the apps become grayed out. So I immediately know my phone. It doesn't give me an actual notification, but it immediately lets me know my phone's low because all the apps turn gray.
Centralican says, I have it perma power saving.
Oh, I see. Maybe there's like an app you can install for just to get specific notifications for low power.
Is going to
Centralican
be your
says, my last
challenge.
phone didn't have this problem
I'd like you to
though.
edit the crash detector script in order to detect when the player's head touches the floor.
Centralican says, I hate backwards tech development.
So what if I did the opposite? Instead of putting it on the dinosaur, I put the script on the floor and then just switched some stuff around in the code and was like, but still called on trigger enter. When the collider 2D.
Skånesfortea says, otherwise known as encertification. Centralican says, yeah that word.
I'm gonna try it and experiment with it.
Centralican says, you know we wonder if we can whip up a helper script to solve your console, right line problem.
Because on trigger enter, doesn't this usually go on the thing that goes into the trigger? Like, could you put it onto the, or doesn't it go onto the thing that is the
Centralican says, to
trigger?
redirect it to debug log.
Well, maybe I should try it for a second, like looking at the Unity doc, see if I get anything from that.
Centralican says, what's the question?
It's about where on trigger enter can be put on. Like, do I have to put it onto the object that is the trigger, or am I allowed to put it on the object that isn't the trigger and have the same, like, the same thing will happen? So it's just called when a collider with the collider is trigger property overlaps at a collider. Evoke when two game objects with a collider component touch or overlap. One of the collider components has the collider is trigger property enabled.
Centralican says, so it runes on both of them.
Or it can run on both of them, maybe. Here, let me disable it. I know this works now. Like the thing I just did works, so that's good. But let me try putting it on the floor and see if I can get the same thing behavior to happen. Or or if it doesn't work, I'll make a new script called crash detector floor and then see if I can get it to work. Okay, there we go. So I have this one disabled. Oh, there it is. It's on it. Okay, play. Nope, it's not doing it. But I think that could just because I need to switch something around, and I think it might work on it. I just need to switch a statement. Remove. Paste. This will be called crash detector floor. And now I'm gonna switch these around and have it be player. So that's all I was gonna do. Because the thing it's colliding with is the head. And then maybe this works. Just by changing this to player, the script can go on the floor. Maybe. I don't know. Okay, I am the floor. Ooh, what type crash detector already defines a member called onTrigger enter 2D with the same parameter types? Oh wait, that's because I didn't reload my domain. I think. I'm still getting it. Oh no, it's gone now. Okay. Anyway. Let's go to the finish line and put the crash detector floor on it.
Legion 18 CSS. How's it going? Glad smiley.
Hi! I'm just playing around now to try to understand how on trigger enter works. Like I don't have to I did the solve the coding problem thing and fixed all my logical errors and it works, but now I'm just experimenting And okay, I'll tell you what I'm doing. So I made a script that goes on the player character, and it has an on trigger enter that detects if it hits its head, because there's a circle collider on the head, and the on trigger enter just is like, did I touch the floor? And if you touch the floor, it prints to the console like you have lost. So what I'm wondering is if I can take that script and put it on the floor instead of the dinosaur and have it do the same behavior by changing the word floor into player, because then I'm asking like, have I hit the player, rather than the player being like, have I touched the floor. I'm wondering if the floor can be like, have I touched the player, even though it's only the player has the collider. The floor doesn't have a collider. Wait, no. The floor doesn't have an on trigger collider. The player has an on trigger one, but the floor doesn't. So maybe it matters that the script has to go on the player because the player has the head that's the collider. I don't know, but that's what I'm experimenting. And hopefully that makes like sense. But let's see if that works. So I made it quick. Floor script. Why did I? And then I put it on the wrong thing, so I will immediately remove it. Also, I'm not sure if I hit this window. Where's the floor? There's the floor. Floor and play.
Legion 18 CSS. The floor would need a rigid body to get collision events and trigger
Oh, okay.
events. He think they're just fancy collision events.
It doesn't have a rigid body. Okay, so it can't receive that information then. Oh, that's good to know. Thank you. What? It works. It works though. It doesn't have a rigid body, but the dinosaur has a rigid body, and that's all that matters because it's getting Unity calls it anyway. I guess I don't know. Like according to I thought it might. According to what I
Centralican
read,
says, how do we ice skate upside down like that?
you don't. What I read in the what happened to my incognito window? Why does it keep disappearing? Maybe it didn't really. They made it sound like when I looked at on trigger enter also in the docs, the way everything is worded here makes it sound like I can put it on any game object, as long as a collider touches a trigger touches with it. Wait, maybe it does have a rigid body. Does it have a rigid body? It has a collider, but the player has a rigid body. But the object I'm putting the script on does not have a rigid body. But anyway, it looks like as long as those are met, it doesn't matter where the script goes because it's like Unity treats it all the same, something more or less or something, because it's like some kind of event. I don't know. On trigger enter is invoked when two game objects with a collider component touch or overlap. Oh, but they only need a collider. No, they only need the two game objects
Legion
only need a
18
collider.
CSS. Any
They
collider
don't
on a
need
game object that has
I
a
thought it
rigid
did
body
work with physics
component
though,
can create on-trigger events.
but I guess not. It doesn't actually have to have the rigid body. But then, huh? Maybe, I don't know. Called when a collider property overlaps another collider. Oh, can I not read? Oh, is it? Oh yeah, it does say that. Oh, any collider on a game object has rigid body collider, or on a child of a game object rigid body. Yes, they should have put that up here too. It's weird. Anyway, but the dinosaur has one, so. But I don't necessarily have to put the collision script on the dinosaur. I just the scripts look similar. Here's what the scripts look like, by the way. This is the crash detector. Then they do the exact same thing, But the one that goes on the dinosaur just does name to layer floor because it's like, did I collide with the floor? Did my head collide with the floor? And then the only thing that I changed here for the floor was, did I collide with the player? But this one doesn't have a physics thing on it.
Legion
How does it
18
get this
CSS.
information?
You're not showing Unity. Legion 18
I'm showing the
CSS
code.
or versus.
Or VS Code. Oh yeah! Sorry. I thought I was. I have to get better at... Yeah, I close this now. Yeah, so the original script goes on to the player, and then it's like, I get the layer of the player. No, I'm sorry, I get the layer of the floor, because I'm using layers. And then I ask, like, oh, did the collider, did the head hit the floor? And if so, like, ouch. And then the floor version of the script works too, and I put it on the floor instead. And then I just switch. I switched floor with player, and then asked, like, did I hit the player?
And the floor.
For both the dino and the floor. That's cool. Only one needs to bridge a body, and then it can create events for both. That's cool. I'm not even going to delete that. I'm just going to, even if I'm not using both of the scripts, I'm only using one, I'll still keep it in here just because it's like, oh. I'm actually going to rename it as well because it's like crash detector. No, I'll just keep on crash detector. I think it's fine. But, huh. Okay, cool. I learned a thing. So let me, I'll just go back and put the one on the head, I guess. Or I don't know, I'll just do the one that the guy does in
Legion
the tutorial.
18 CSS, which makes a lot of sense. You don't have to spam rigid bodies on everything.
Oh yeah, because otherwise, yeah, then everything would need rigid bodies, and that's also you might not even want that. And it's wasteful. You can just have, create on trigger events. Oh, that's cool. Thanks, Legion.
Then, when that happens, I just want you to print the player lost. This might sound a bit difficult, but it's actually very similar to how we created our finish line. And if you need a hint, then here is one. We created a floor layer earlier, so now might be a good time to use it. So go ahead and pause the video to take on this challenge, and I'll see you in just a bit with my solution. Alright, excellent job giving that challenge a shot. First off, I'm going to select my level sprite shape, and make sure that we put it in the floor layer. This is what we're going to use in order to check if we're hitting the floor. Next, let's open up my crash detector script. We want to check if my head is touching the floor layer. This is the update and to use in order to check if we're hitting the floor. Next, let's open up my crash detector script. We want to check if my head is touching the floor, so I'm going to remove the update and start methods, and I'm instead going to write on trigger enter 2D. We need to get the layer index of the floor, so I'll create a new variable called layer index, and it's going to be equal to layer mask.name to layer, and the layer I want to get is the floor layer with a capital F. Now that we have the layer index, we can make an if statement, checking if the collision.gameObject.layer is equal to the layer index that we currently have. If it is, then we're simply going to debug.log, the player has lost. Now let's save the script and go back to Unity. If it is, then
You wanna know something I wonder about, Legion? What if you have multiple colliders on an object, and it matters which of the colliders touch something, and then you're like on trigger enter, but then you don't know how do you find out which of the colliders, because there's like 3 colliders on the object, so one of them hit something, or one of your colliders hit, but you don't know like which one did, or maybe there's like a property to get which of the ones did get hits. And then if you put multiple circle colliders on something, how do you refer to them in the code? Like, do you have to rename them? Because they can't all just be called the same thing. Like, things are simple when you only have one of each thing on something, but then if there's multiple, it's just like, how the hell is that supposed to work? Or maybe you're not supposed to do that, and then you just create another game object for that, because you really shouldn't put multiple circle colliders on an object, because it doesn't make sense to do it like that. These are my
Legion
thoughts.
18 CSS, not certain. The collision event would probably be called for each thing being collided with.
So maybe like you shouldn't even do that, and you should just make a whole new object, and then make it like a child or something with its own. And so each of them have their own circle colliders, and they're on top of the player or something. So now it's not weird anymore. Maybe that's the proper way to do it. Then it probably call for each thing. Yeah, and then maybe it would just result in unexpected behavior, because it's gonna do it in some whatever order it. Maybe there's like some hidden ID number, just or order of the order they were put on or something.
Legion 18 CSS, multiple colliders is entirely legit, though it may help to put them on children.
Yeah. Or but if you don't put them on children, then okay, maybe they would still work, the colliders, but then if you don't put them on children, you can't tell which of the colliders was it that got hit. So then you would have to put them on children for that. Is what I think maybe you have to do maybe.
And we're simply going to debug.log. The player has lost. Now let's save the script and go back to Unity. And let me run the game to see if this works. I'm going to expand my game. And I'll try to crash my player. And as soon as we hit the floor, it says the player has lost.
Legion 18 CSS, you can have a serialized collider 2D field, assign it through the editor, and then check if that's the one there is a collision event for.
You can have a serialized collider 2D field. Oh yeah, serialized field. Assign it through the editor. Oh, and then you can check if that's the one. I still don't know how you would do that. How you would check, because you have a serialized collider 2D field. But for this to work, it's important that it's serialized. How would you, and then how would you do that? How do you check if that's the one? Because I thought just in general, like, you couldn't check that.
Legion 18 CSS, in the onTrigger event you did just do, my collider är lika med collision.
In the on trigger event, trigger my collider. But the collision wouldn't be equal to my collider, because
Legion 18 CSS,
collision is
it's
the
a
thing you
class,
collide
so
it with,
it's a reference.
right? Because my collider is the is like the player, for example, and then collision is the thing you
Legion
hit.
18 CSS, so you're checking if it's the same instance.
Because I think the collider itself isn't the collision, right? They're like two different things. It's like a yeah.
Legion 18 CSS, I'm not sure which collision instance is passed in. Try
Like,
debug
let me show
with
you. I'm pretty sure I know which one. Like,
collision.getObject.name to
in
see.
this code, this goes on top of the player. So if I put this script onto the player, the collision event passed in is not the player one. It's the floor. If collision equals layer index is floor. So this is the thing it's hitting. That you put it on the object of the thing that gets hit. And then the floor is like the collision ends up being the player, so it's the opposite. It's reversed. And so the collision isn't the floor, even though this goes on the floor, the collision's not the floor. And even though but I can still do that in the code if
Legion
you want.
18 CSS, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Like, if the information for collision is actually not your object and it's the other thing, how do you get what you are? That's what I'm wondering. Like, because that might matter. Because the collision.game object, there might be another thing like collision dot other thing, and then that'll tell you what it is, the other thing that's getting hit. I don't know. Maybe there's a property for the other thing. Collision dot.
Legion 18 CSS, not sure.
Yeah. It's a really weird system though, that this is the thing that gets hit. It's really weird to me, but it's just like, there probably has to be a way somehow, because if Unity knows what it is that you hit, then it has to store somewhere in its data, like the other thing. Like there has to be a way to access it, even if we don't know how to do it. Like there probably is, because it would be stupid if there wasn't. It just seems like that would be silly. So there's like, oh my god, there's a lot of things you can do. Is trigger? No, I don't know. No, it'd have to be something with the collision. I might even just throw that into ChatGPT really quick, because maybe it can give me a quick answer
Legion
and
18
show it the code and
CSS,
be like, what
there's
if I
not a
wanted to know what
collision.
collider was touching?
Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure you get that with on collision or whatever it's called, but not with on trigger for some reason.
Oh. Oh, oh, yeah, if you can do it with collision, with the on collision, then you should be able to do. That would be so silly if you can't do it with
Legion
on
18
trigger.
CSS, because collider 2D collision is the collider component on the other game object.
Because collider 2D collision is. Yeah. So it gets information about colliders, but it doesn't remember which of the triggers. Which a trigger is also just like a collider too, technically, right? You just like check the box trigger. So I don't see why would it not have this information? Wait, let me try writing collision.other. Because that would be cool if it doesn't
Legion
show up.
18 CSS, therefore there isn't a other property.
Collision dot, is there like a collider? No. Posit.
Legion 18
Enabled
CSS,
error.
that's a good question. I don't know why that information isn't there.
Yeah. Yeah. That should be. That should totally be a property that stores the other thing that it touched, even if it's just a trigger and not an actual real collision with a regular collider. What is this? Is touching. No. Wait, what's this property? Is this collider configured as a trigger? No, that's not really that helpful. Huh.
Legion 18 CSS, no, because it's a collider shape, not a collision. On collision gives you a collision object that has both colliders.
So weird. Okay, well, if Unity doesn't have that information, there has to be, okay, so maybe they don't do it conveniently for you and have that as a property, but there has to be a workaround for this that you could do in the code to be able to, like, no, there can't be. It can't be either. Unless, I don't know, maybe there is. Maybe there is, like, some workaround a person could make with their own variables and goals and stuff or something. No, I don't think so, 'cause, no, 'cause this is like a Unity thing. Yeah,
Legion
I guess,
18 CSS, ask ChatGPT,
yeah,
but there honestly might not be.
I will, because it's just an interesting. I don't know. I find that interesting. But even if you can't do it, you can work around it by creating multiple. Just don't put multiple triggers on something. Only put one trigger per game object and then solved, because you can just nest them into one other game object, and then each of these them have their own script to know if they were touched. So I guess it's like a non-issue. So Unity might not care because they're just like, oh, people will just do it like this. So yeah, it's a non-issue. Okay, I need to go log into ChatGPT. So hold on a second. Oh, give me a second.
Centrally can says, okay asterisk might asterisk have a script that you can attach to a game object to make it redirect console write lines to debug logs. Centralican says, you know what, I'll deal with that when I get an actual Unity set up to test it before I share broken code. Ruins it says, how's it? Centralican says, she's sleeping. Ruins it says, oh damn must have been sitting up. Centralican says, he thought about copying new
Returned!
console mirror script and tweaking it to be easy attached to our game object and auto redirect console.
Oh.
Right line to debug. Log.
I had to make up a right line work. It's funny. um,
Centralican says, he think he have a working script for that but it has a bunch of extra bullshit that I'm
no.
too lazy to strip out but doesn't break it so.
Oh, well, cool. It doesn't like.
Centralican says, okay I'm gonna actually look at the code and delete what isn't needed.
Oh, so I was right. You just need to make separate game objects because the callback doesn't include information about yourself or which of the things on yourself was touched. If there were multiple. Very interesting.
Now it's actually going to keep saying this every time we hit the floor, and at the very top you might realize it said the player has won twice. This happens because the player's head and snowboard are two. Now it's actually going to keep saying this every time we hit the floor, and at the very top you might realize it said the player has won twice. This happens because the player's head and snowboard are two different colliders, so technically the player touched the finish line twice. This isn't really a problem, so let's ignore it for now. And in the next lecture, we're going to restart whenever the player wins or loses the game. So that's going to be it for this lecture. We learned the problem, so let's ignore it for now. And in the next lecture, head and snowboard are two different colliders. So technically the player touched the finish line twice. This isn't really a problem, so let's ignore it for now. And in the next lecture, we're going to restart whenever the player wins or loses the game. So that's going to be it for this lecture. We learned how to create a working finish line, as well as a crash detector to check if the player's head hit the floor. Excellent work this lecture, and I'll see you in the next video.
Okay, I think I'm gonna end the C# stuff on this part because, yeah, I actually did quite, even though it was just like one small section, I did a decent amount of like looking up stuff and trying things. So I'm very happy with that. I'll just save, close this.
Centrally Kansas, you won.
You.
Rewins et says, I lose lesson smiley.
What? You guys are playing a game?
Centrally Kansas, why you lost?
Yeah, why you lose?
Rewins et says, me and slower lesson smiley.
Oh, it's cute. You were trying to do like a little, who's the fastest Langton's aunt or something? Hmm.
Rewins et says, yes lesson gråtande smiley. Rewins et says, I am setting up frame profiler this minute to figure this out. Centrally Kansas, yeah they have to make a faster Langtonent with the same features or more.
Hmm. guess I'll just do some maths and Danish, and then that'll be a full study set today. It's a shame. I noticed some of the stuff that ChatGPT was saying, I think were kind of like hallucinations. Yeah, like this wouldn't work, for instance. Okay, and deciding to Khan Academy.
Centralican says, you're gonna be rusty on math. You haven't done math in at least an entire day, maybe a couple.
Wow. Well, you know what? It's all about not being rusty on coding. It's the more important part. Math is just a little extra. If I have to go a bit slower through it, then so be it. Though, I mean, I do want to, like, make it up to, calculus, but yeah. That's why I'm working on it now. I still have to do it. Like, I can't go too long without doing it, because otherwise I'll never make it to calculus. And I'll never be able to understand the interesting maths. Like, the stuff that's useful for game programming. Like
Rewins it says,
matrices.
I love
Matrices.
calculus, never done it.
Oops. Okay, good. Never done it. Yeah. Actually, it's a good opportunity. I'm gonna be right back. I'm going to the bathroom.
Centrally says, I never did set up a proper profiler for me and probably should have. Rewins it says, gotta
Back.
profile your ants man.
Profile them? What crime did they commit?
Rewins it says, salttef that is profiling.
What? I'm not. Okay. Well, wow. Yeah. But, ants are so, they're such low lives. They live so,
Centrally says, are you
they live
profiling
in the
people
dirt,
salt?
basically, you know?
Rewins it says,
Wow. Oh wait, no, don't quote me that I said that. Never mind. It's not bugletically correct.
Centrally says, oh even worse, she's profiling ants.
What? They're basically pests. They're pests. Wait, no, wait. No, don't quote me on that either. Ants are underappreciated. Yes, ants are.
Centrally says,
Um.
you're cancelled.
No, 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 please. Wow. Um. Sure. Rational? I don't actually know the specific definitions of these. Whole number. Or negatives. Rational. Okay, never mind. Rational. Okay. I guess whole numbers might not include negatives, actually. They don't need to be. They cannot be negative. Okay. But can be negative. Rational numbers that can be expressed as a fraction. Number cannot be equal to 0. Okay. Integer. Rational.
Centrally says, should call them positive integers and not whole numbers. Nobody calls them whole numbers except weirdos and school teachers and kids.
Weirdos at school teachers and kids. Well, positive integer sounds way better. Whole numbers. It's so misleading. Like, why can't you be whole if you're negative? I'm a very negative person, but I'm still whole. I think. Integer, rational. Rational.
Centrally says, because part of you is always positive, so if you contain negative, then you're split, which means you're not whole.
Oh, I guess. If you think about it like that. That was a very laggy graffiti animation. This is like not clickable for me right now. Weird. Reload the page. This looks annoying. This looks like just guessing until you find two that are in between, which is probably what he does here. We'll see.
What I want to do in this video is get a little bit of experience, let's see a few examples of trying to roughly estimate the square root of non-perfect squares. So let's say that if I wanted to estimate the square root of 32. And in particular, I'm just curious, between what two integers will this square root lie? Well, one way to think about it is 32 is in between what perfect squares? We see 32 is, actually, let me make sure I have some space for future examples. So 32, what's the perfect square below 32? So the greatest perfect square below 32 is 25. 32 is greater than 25. That's 5 squared. So maybe I should write it this way. So 5 squared is less than 32. And then 32, what's the next perfect square after 32? Well, 32 is less than 30.
Wow, he's using a
What's
really
going on?
easy
55
example
is the
too.
square root of
Wow, he's using easy
55.
example.
Perfect square less than 123. Let's see, 10 squared is 100.
That's better.
11 squared is 121. 12 squared is 1.
Am I supposed to have those memorized? Damn it.
Two integers does this lie? Well, if we were to square it, you get to 123. And what's the perfect square that is the greatest perfect square less than 123? Let's see, 10 squared is 100. 11 squared is 121. 12 squared is 144. So 11 squared. So 123. So we could write 1.
Yeah, okay. I'm using a calculator though. Let's see. What's 13 squared? That's a 169. Thirteen and 14. Oh, it's just without using a calculator. Screw it! I don't care if I'm using a calculator. This one I don't need a calculator though. Oh, wait, no. No, I'm gonna use a calculator for this. I'm not multiplying 5 by hand. I ain't got time for that. 6. Alright, 6.5.
Centralikan says, yeah, just use ArcCalc. Nobody needs to know how to do this in their head.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. 6.
Rewins ett ses, get yourself a fancy till 84 plus.
What?
Rewins
84
ett
plus.
ses,
Yeah.
a good one almost never use it, it's awesome.
Yeah, I have an old like graphing calculator sitting around somewhere. At some point, oh yeah, at some point, a regular calculator won't suffice, and I'll have to go pull that out to, yeah. And that I will do when the time comes. No, I forgot how to use the thing, and I'll probably have to like watch the tutorial on using a graphing calculator as well. But yeah. Oh, I'm stupid. Wait. Slower. Oh. Okay, done with that, and now just for the Danish and chill. Because Danish is fun. And I've been neglecting that, at least on stream. You know, today I found out that when you're playing like a video game, you can like listen to music in a browser or another application, and then you can just hit the function key and then use the media play buttons to play your music and pause and go to the next track and stuff. And you don't even have to leave the application you're in, so you can like play games and listen to podcasts and stuff while you're playing games. Like, this is, my mind is blown by this. And I went my whole life without knowing this. It's crazy.
Hej igen alle sammen, og velkommen tilbage til podcasten Dansk for Begyndere. Som altid er jeg rigtig glad og taknemmelig for, at du lytter med i dag. I dagens afsnit skal vi tale om bloddonation. Et emne, som berører rigtig mange mennesker i Danmark. Bloddonation er en af de måder, man kan hjælpe andre på, uden at det koster noget. Det er frivilligt, det er enkelt, og det kan faktisk redde liv. Så lad os gå i gang og dykke ned i dagens tema. Bloddonation er, når man frivilligt giver noget af sit blod, så andre kan få det. Det blod, man donerer, bruges på hospitalerne. Det bruges for eksempel til patienter, der har mistet meget blod under en operation, eller til mennesker med visse sygdomme, som har brug for regelmæssige blodtransfusioner. En blodtransfusion er, når man får andres blod ind i kroppen. Blod kan ikke laves kunstigt. Det betyder, at hospitalerne er helt afhængige af, at frivillige donorer giver blod. Uden bloddonorer vil mange operationer og behandlinger ikke kunne gennemføres. Derfor er bloddonation så vigtig. Danmark har en lang tradition for bloddonation. Det er noget, mange danskere gør, og det er noget, det danske sundhedsvæsen sætter stor pris på. I Danmark er al bloddonation frivillig og gratis. Det betyder, at man ikke får penge for at give blod. Man gør det, fordi man gerne vil hjælpe. Det er Bloddonorerne Danmark, der er den største organisation for bloddonorer i landet. De arbejder for at sikre, at der altid er nok blod på de danske hospitaler. De arrangerer blodtapninger rundt omkring i landet og informerer folk om, hvordan de kan blive donorer. De har lokale afdelinger i næsten alle kommuner, så uanset hvor du bor i Danmark, er der sandsynligvis en mulighed i nærheden. Men det er ikke alle, der kan donere blod. Der er nogle krav, man skal opfylde. For det første skal man være mellem 18 og 67 år. For det andet skal man veje mindst 50 kilo. Og for det tredje skal man være rask den dag, man møder op for at give blod. Der er også andre ting, der kan betyde, at man ikke kan give blod. I hvert fald ikke på et bestemt tidspunkt. Hvis man for nyligt har haft en sygdom, taget visse typer medicin eller rejst til bestemte lande, skal man måske vente lidt. Det handler om at beskytte både donoren og modtageren. Inden man giver blod for første gang, er der altid en samtale med en sygeplejerske eller læge, der gennemgår ens helbred. Det sker på baggrund af et spørgeskema, man udfylder, inden man møder op for at donere blod. Mange udlændinge, der bor i Danmark, spørger, om de også kan donere blod. Svaret er ofte ja, men det afhænger
What the heck? I swear, there's this weird icon in OBS that's counting up, and I've never seen it before. What is that? Like, did it have anything to do with it? No, it didn't. Oh, I started accidentally hit recording, so I didn't know you could do that. You can stream and record at the same time. It's weird. But, yeah, okay. Interesting. That's what the icon was. Let me go find that recording.
Says, yes, if you wanna def harder on the P.
Yeah, exactly. It was the thing I figured out what was happening. I mean, go find that recording and toss it in the trash can. Honestly, it's like, I also need to figure out where did the recordings get put? Yes. Maybe on videos there. 2026, August 4th. There it is. The beat. There's some other like random video on there I'm gonna do too. I don't even know what that is. Well, good thing I looked in here because I actually found a lot of like good stuff that I can just toss.
Af en række faktorer, så der er det en god idé at kontakte Bloddonorerne Danmark for at høre nærmere. Selve processen med at give blod er ikke så kompliceret, som man måske tror. Så lad os gå igennem, hvad der sker, når man møder op for at donere. Først bliver man registreret. Man oplyser sit navn og CPR-nummer, og så får man et lille spørgeskema, man skal udfylde, hvis ikke man allerede har gjort det. Det handler om ens helbred, om man har sovet godt, spist noget og ikke er syg. Derefter er der en kort samtale med en sundhedsperson, som tjekker blodtryk og hemoglobin. Hemoglobin er et stof i blodet, der fortæller, om man er egnet til at give blod den dag. Hvis alt er i orden, går man ind og lægger sig på en stol eller briks. En sygeplejerske sætter en nål i armen, som regel i den indre side af albuen, hvor blodårene er tydelige. Det gør lidt ondt i et sekund, men de fleste synes, det er til at bære. Selve tapningen tager ca. 8-10 minutter. Man giver normalt en halv liter blod ad gangen. Bagefter sidder man ned og hviler lidt. Der er altid vand og juice og noget, man kan spise bagefter. Det er en lille tradition ved mange blodtapninger i Danmark. Det hjælper kroppen med at komme sig hurtigt, men de fleste føler sig okay allerede efter 10-15 minutter, og man kan sagtens køre bil eller tage på arbejde bagefter. Ikke alt blod er ens. Blod inddeles i forskellige blodtyper. De 4 hovedtyper er A, B, AB og O. Dertil kommer, om man er rhesus positiv eller rhesus negativ. Det giver tilsammen 8 forskellige blodtyper. Blodtype O negativ er særligt efterspurgt, fordi det kan gives til næsten alle, uanset deres blodtype. Folk med blodtype O negativ er derfor meget velkomne som donorer. Hvis ikke man allerede ved, hvilken blodtype man har, finder man automatisk ud af det, når man donerer blod for første gang. Når man donerer blod, bliver det testet og sorteret. Blodet bruges ikke altid i sin
Centrally
helhed.
Kansas.
Ofte
Remember you
deles det
had
op
one
i
year
røde
really thought
blodlegemer,
about coding Langtons and on it but he didn't have the tech he needed to make it happen.
blodplader og plasma. Røde blodlegemer bruges til for eksempel operationer. Blodplader bruges til kræftpatienter, og plasma bruges til mange forskellige behandlinger. På den måde kan én bloddonation faktisk hjælpe flere mennesker på én gang. Og hvor ofte kan man så give blod? Man kan ikke give blod hver uge. Kroppen har brug for tid til at gendanne det blod, man har givet. I Danmark må mænd give blod op til 4 gange om året. Kvinder må give op til 3 gange om året. Det handler om, at kvinder i den fødedygtige alder i forvejen kan miste jern gennem menstruation, og kroppen skal have tid til at hente sig ind. Imellem hver donation skal der mindst gå 3 måneder. Mange donorer planlægger deres donationer i god tid og sætter dem i kalenderen, så de husker det. Hvis du har lyst til at blive bloddonor i Danmark, er det faktisk ret nemt at komme i gang. Du kan blot gå ind på bloddonor.dk og tilmelde dig der. Du udfylder en formular med dine oplysninger, og så får du en invitation til den næste blodtapning i dit område. Mange steder er der blodtapninger på hospitaler, men der er også mobile enheder, der kører rundt til skoler, arbejdspladser og foreningshuse. Det gøres for at gøre det så nemt som muligt for folk at give blod. Jo mere tilgængeligt det er, jo flere donorer kommer der. Første gang man giver blod, kan man godt være lidt nervøs. Det er helt normalt, men personalet er vant til det, og de er gode til at berolige og guide en igennem processen. De fleste, der prøver det én gang, kommer gerne igen. Noget af det dejlige ved bloddonation er, at det ikke kun handler om selve donationen. Det er også et fællesskab. Mange donorer kender hinanden og mødes fast til blodtapningerne. Der er en hyggelig stemning, og man føler, at man er en del af noget større. Noget, der gør en forskel. Bloddonorerne i Danmark arrangerer også sociale arrangementer og informationsmøder. Det er en måde at holde på sine donorer og skabe en god kultur omkring det at give blod. Mange danskere ser det som en naturlig del af at bo i et velfærdssamfund. At man bidrager, når man kan. Og med det sagt var det alt for i dag. Tusind tak, fordi du lyttede med. Jeg håber, du har fået et godt indblik i, hvad bloddonation er, og hvilken rolle det spiller i det danske samfund. Det er en af de enkleste måder at gøre en forskel på, og forhåbentlig har dagens afsnit givet dig en lyst til at finde ud af, om det er noget for dig. Hvis du har lyst til at støtte podcasten med et lille beløb, kan du gøre det på Buy Me a Coffee. Linket er i podcastbeskrivelsen. Det er naturligvis helt frivilligt, og alt indhold er gratis. Det vigtigste er, at du lærer dansk og har glæde af episoderne. Som altid håber jeg, at vi høres ved igen næste gang. Indtil da, pas rigtig godt på dig selv. Hej hej. Hej igen alle sammen, og velkommen tilbage til podcasten Dansk for Begyndere. Som altid er jeg rigtig glad og taknemmelig for, at du lytter med i dag. I dagens afsnit skal vi tale om bloddonation. Et emne, som berører rigtig mange mennesker i Danmark. Bloddonation er en af de måder, man kan hjælpe andre på, uden at det koster noget. Det er frivilligt, det er enkelt, og det kan faktisk redde liv. Så lad os gå i gang og dykke ned i dagens tema. Bloddonation er, når man frivilligt giver noget af sit blod, så andre kan få det. Det blod, man donerer, bruges på hospitalerne. Det bruges for eksempel til patienter, der har mistet meget blod under en operation, eller til mennesker med visse sygdomme.
Specific. Urgency. Yeah. Okay.
som har brug for regelmæssige blodtransfusioner. En blodtransfusion er, når man får andres blod ind i kroppen. Blod kan ikke laves kunstigt. Det betyder, at hospitalerne er helt afhængige af, at frivillige donorer giver blod. Uden bloddonorer vil mange operationer og behandlinger ikke kunne gennemføres.
Behandlinger must be treatments.
Derfor er bloddonation så vigtig. Danmark har en lang tradition for bloddonation. Det er noget mange danskere gør, og det er noget det danske sundhedsvæsen sætter stor pris på. I Danmark er al bloddonation
Wow, this means healthcare, something the Danish healthcare sets a big price on or values, and the word literally translates to health being, like a creature, a health creature. Like what? It's just so weird.
frivillig og gratis. Det betyder, at man ikke får penge for at give blod. Man gør det, fordi man gerne vil hjælpe. Det er Bloddonorerne Danmark, der er den største organisation for bloddonorer i landet. De arbejder for at sikre, at der altid er nok blod på de danske hospitaler. De arrangerer blodtapninger rundt omkring i landet og informerer folk om, hvordan de kan blive donorer. De har lokale afdelinger i næsten alle kommuner, så uanset hvor du bor i Danmark, er der sandsynligvis en mulighed i nærheden.
Wolfheat 16 says, Sundhedsväsen is healthcare, I think.
Yeah, it is healthcare. It's funny. It being like literally translated because like I'm pretty sure basin is like in a very literal sense being, but you know, compounds are made up of small components and end up meaning something a bit different in most languages. Danish can be really funny like that. Entertains me. Like let's just see if that's true or not, because I think there was another word that had that in it too. It meant something like paramedics, or no, it meant like firefighters, but they're called like fire beings. It's just really funny to me. Mason. Yeah. Creature. So yeah, literally health creature is healthcare. Like it's just a compound, but it's funny.
Wolfheat 16 says, in Swedish it's just hälsovård, which is healthcare literally.
Oh, nice. See? That's a good translation instead of making some weird, funny compound. Wait, are you Swedish before, or did you say you just study Swedish? Or maybe live in Sweden, or yeah, what the story?
Wolfheat 16 says, när jag är från Sverige.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, nice. Those are cool. I like Swedish. That's the second one after Danish that I want to learn because I really like it. It just is Like,
Ruins etc.
how
Lager.
can you not like Swedish? I mean, it just sounds so good. It's so pleasant to the ears. No offense to Danish, but Danish is interesting. Danish is like a strong cup of coffee. You know,
Wolfhit 16 says,
it's not
läget är
everyone's
bara bra.
taste, but it's still good. And then Swedish is like honey for the ears. It's sweet, it's melodic, it is it's just like a different flavor. I guess y'all speak Scandinavian, but everyone speaks it with a different flavor, and it's really cool. I like all the Scandi languages.
Men det er ikke længere i næsten alle kommuner, så uanset hvor du
Wait, so if you're since you're Swedish, Wolfheat, sorry.
Ruins etc.
Does
Kommer du
this
från Norden
how easy is this for you to understand just listening to it? I'm sure like reading it you can understand like all of it is not too hard, but like just hearing it maybe it's more difficult.
Wolfhit 16 says, it's semi-easy, hard.
Semi-easy hard. Yeah, that's cool. I like if I get to see the text of like, well, Norwegian or Swedish, like I can follow along with like a lot more. But if I can't see the text, then I don't understand like anything because every single word sounds different. So it just I can't make the connection. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'll rewatch the video you showed me, Rewinds. That funny one because it was cute. I don't know, so it was cute, and it'd be fun to watch it again. That Swedish one, the Jag Hitzer, that dude.
Commercial.
What's this?
Ruins says, at Central Account turns out my frame time is wrecked via my damn OpenGL.
Every small business owner has a
What was that video you showed me? Is it this one? No.
Ruins says, Elner.
It was the Elnor. Yes, that was his name. It was really cute. Oh, there he is. There he is.
Hej, du har rustat dig.
Ja,
Ja,
det är jättemycket snö.
ja,
Inte normalt.
nej.
Och jag är ny här i Sverige. Men det är jättesvårt.
Ja. Du är inte van vid den här snön alltså i Sverige.
Ja, jag vet inte.
Vad kommer du från för land?
Jag kommer från Sudan.
Ja, just.
Ja.
Ja, det kan jag tänka mig. Det är inte så mycket snö där.
Nej, det är 50 grader varmt.
Ja.
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 Men jag har bara 3 dagar. Jag kom tillbaka. Jag reste där för 1 månad.
Okej.
Ja.
Så vad tycker du om det här vädret i Sverige?
Ja, det är bra. Mycket bra vädret.
Mm.
Ja.
Ja. Ditt namn, vad heter du?
Heter jag Elnur.
Okej, hur stavar du det?
ELNOUR.
Okej.
Isak Adam.
Ja.
Ja.
Och sen förnamnet jag.
Förnamn.
Ja, eller med att du heter Elnur.
Elnur, ja, det är förnamn.
Okej, och så efternamnet.
Isak.
Isak.
Ja.
ISAKE.
ESHG.
Okej.
AG.
ISAG.
Nej. ESHAG.
Där fick vi det.
I just love the way he's dressed.
Wolfhit 16 says, so funny.
Yeah. I'll show you a funny video I really like from Denmark. One of the first videos I ever saw, like as in like Danish meme. But the thing is, like, you don't need to know any Danish to appreciate it
Wolfhit
because it's
16
just
says,
funny. That's
Romulus
all.
video.
I'm searching for it. Something like, wait. I need to Google. First, I need to Google how the Danish word for coconut or how to spell it because I keep forgetting. There. Oh, I love this video. It's so funny. Even though the quality is potato, it's so good. I really like this one.
Men du er stadigvæk klar på det? Ja, det er vi. Jamen ved du hvad, jeg har en assistent. Men du er stadigvæk klar på det? Ja, det er vi. Jamen ved du hvad, jeg har en assistent med et ur, så hvis du er klar, så rykker vi herom bagved. Og er du klar, Thomas? Ja. Så siger jeg 1, 2, 3, nu! Ej, Thomas, tror du ikke, du skal passe på hænderne? Jeg tror bare, vi stopper, Thomas. Der er gået 15 sekunder. Men det der regnvejr, jamen, det duer ikke. Jeg tog lige bjælken. Ej, er det skidt med hånden? Det er nok ikke så godt.
Ikke så godt.
Skal vi ikke gemme forsøget til en anden gang, fordi ellers så smadrer du sådan hånden fuldstændig. Ja.
I feel so bad for him. He tried so hard too.
Wolfhit 16 says, haha.
Det er nok ikke så godt. Aww. He probably like broke his hand on television too. Like just like you could see he's just in so much pain and he just like crap him on TV. I have to keep trying. I have to keep trying. Like I don't know, I just feel for him. That's real dedication. I love how she stops him. She's like, stop, 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 because he just won't stop trying. It's so sad. Aww. And then he became a meme. Not a single coconut was harmed during filming this stunt. Jeez. No, it's so good. There. It's so relatable to you. You know, I want to go through life like him, as in with that much what's the word, resiliency, I guess. You know, not giving up, that kind of thing. That's why I have to keep streaming. I have to keep learning.
Bor i Danmark.
Okay. Oh, now it's so loud. Oh, I have an idea. I have a really good idea. And you're not gonna like me anymore after this. That's how good the idea is. There's this like really funny. Oh no, it's not like funny, but it's stupid. Which I guess in that case it's amusing. And it was translated into multiple languages because it's such a silly thing. Like the original is actually German, and it was translated into every single language except for Danish for some reason, which is kind of sad. Someone even was like, "You should make a Danish version." I'm like, no. No, I don't want to be a meme, but you'll see what I mean. I'll show you. Just find it. I have to find it. Oh yeah. Okay, don't hate me for sharing silly, stupid things. I'm easily entertained. Do you sometimes, if you watched Eurovision before? Well, anybody, but
Wolfhit 16 ses. Jag ser det
hey!
varje år nästan.
Oh, that's cool. The first time I watched Eurovision was, or listen, or at least watched some of, yeah, well, watched Eurovision was the one before last year. I didn't watch this year's though, but I watched the one that had Kai in it and Bada Bada Bastian. It was so good. I really wanted them to win. That was really cool. Okay, but this will be the next winner of Eurovision. So I'm sure Sweden will win with this. That's all I want to say. Yes.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car.
Apologies ahead of time for showing you a masterpiece.
For car insurance. That's how much I was paying, okay? I picked up the car a few months ago and watch this. Ready?
Engelska är mitt favoritämne, favoritämne, favoritämne. Vad är ditt favoritämne? Engelska eller vad? Idrott är mitt favoritämne, favoritämne, favoritämne. Vad är ditt favoritämne? Idrott eller vad? En gång i veckan, bild och musik. 2 gånger i veckan, SO och tyska. 3 gånger i veckan, matte, engelska, män. En gång, 2 gånger, 3 gånger, 4 gånger, 5 gånger, 6 gånger i veckan. För mycket läxor.
Oh yeah.
Matte är hennes favoritämne, favoritämne, favoritämne. Vad är ditt favoritämne? Matte eller vad? Vad är ditt favoritämne, favoritämne, favoritämne? Vad är ditt favoritämne? Kom och säg det. En gång i veckan, bild och musik. 2 gånger i veckan.
He was so stupid. I love it. Oh, it's so good. Oh, they have this in like so many different languages. It's so funny.
English is my favorite subject, my favorite. What is your favorite subject? English or what? PE is my favorite subject, my favorite. What is your favorite subject? PE or what? Once in a week, art and music. Twice in a week, history and German. 3 times in a week.
But you can see why I don't want to make the Danish version of this. Like, no. Someone else can.
Math, English, but once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times ends. 7 times in a week, there is too much homework. Math is her favorite subject, her favorite. What is your favorite subject? Math or what? What is your favorite subject? Your favorite. What is your favorite subject? Come on, say it. Once in a week, art and music. Twice in a week, history and German. 3 times in a week, math, English, but once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times ends. 7 times in a week, there is too much.
I want these played at my funeral.
Wolfhit 16 ses. Många tycker att Medina skulle ha tävlat för Sverige sist med Viva Li Amor.
And many think that Medina should have. Oh, that like I don't know tell it, but maybe that's like represented Sweden last with.
Wolfhit 16 says, competed är lika med tävlat.
Oh, competed. Oh, competed for Sweden. Thanks. Oh, do you mean the last Eurovision or like another Eurovision?
Wolfhit 16 says,
Oh.
det är 2025.
Yeah, what did you think about I think it was called My System? What is it? The one that Felicia. I was really happy that Denmark sang in Danish for Eurovision, but I didn't really like the song like at all. So that was a shame. Oh, but the winner of Eurovision though, like their choreography was so good, and apparently the choreographer was Swedish, and the backup dancers were all
Wolfhit
Swedish.
16 says,
So it's
listen
like
to
no one
Medina,
won.
den är på svenska.
Oh, okay. I'll write that down. I'm tempted to just do it here, but I know that that'll probably end up like getting a make any video restricted, but it doesn't really matter. It's totally fine if it does.
Wolfhit 16 says, yeah, probably.
And that's honestly fine. Oh, is it this person? Maybe it's this one.
Wolfhit 16 says, Medina,
Oh, okay.
Viva Li Amor.
I saw this and I'm like, this doesn't seem like the most Swedish thing I've ever seen. Unless it's like Malma. I forgot. What's it? Viva. Oh. Oh wait, did they compete in? Oh, they can. I see. I want to see the melody.
Melodi nummer 4. Viva l'amor. Medina!
Oh, I see. So a lot of people think they should have won the. I see. I wonder if it's going to be in French, just because the name of the title.
Mamma hon sa en dag till mig, kommer vi resa oss igen när allting får
I liked Felicia's, but it also didn't feel super unique.
Wolfrid16 says,
It
vi
kind
har
of
inte
seemed just
skickat
like
ett
a
bidrag på
pop
svenska
song.
på jättelänge.
We have not something in Swedish in a very long time. Oh, a little bit. That's probably a little bit of Swedish. And then maybe it's like something for study or do something with. So it has to do with the entry. Probably it's like you haven't done, I don't know, maybe like an entry in Swedish for a long time, but if that's what you're saying.
Wolfrid16 says, skickat
Sense,
är lika med
okay.
sent bidrag är lika med entry.
That's entry. But you did well, it was just the year before with Barabashi, that was in Swedish. But before that, it was like forever since you last put an entry in Swedish. I wish you kept the old, in the very, very old Eurovisions, there used to be a rule.
Wolfrid16 says, yeah, before that it
yeah.
was long ago.
There used to be a rule where countries could only submit songs in the language of the country, or whatever the official language is, but they got rid of it. And it would have been cool if they kept that, then we get to hear, I get to listen to a lot more, just music sung in different languages, and I like that, it's cool. Too many things, there's just too much English everywhere. Want to see a fun clip from a comedian that I will actually watch the full thing. I watched it on Netflix. It's a really good bit. Let's see. It's entertaining.
Hello. It's fun to perform at these Nordic events because Nordic people, when they get together, they're all really friendly on the surface. We all silently judge each other. You can tell that Nordic people, when they're being introduced to each other at a conference, that they're judging each other by stereotypes. Like, this guy's from Iceland. Oh. He must be broke, he must be broke, he must be broke, he must be broke, he must be... This guy's from Norway, he must be rich, he must be rich, he must be rich, he must be rich. This guy's from Finland, he must be drunk, he must be drunk, he must be drunk. This guy's from Sweden, he works in Norway, he works in Norway, he works in Norway. This guy's from Denmark, I can't understand the word this man says at any given moment. I actually apologize for speaking to you at this Nordic event in English. The problem is, in school in Iceland, they tell us you have to learn one Nordic language so you can speak to all the Nordic countries. And they teach us Danish. And the problem isn't just that Danish is impossible to understand, it's that Icelandic Danish is extra impossible to understand. Icelanders speak something which, for lack of a better word, is called framsóknardanska, which is basically, jag heter Palle Pettersen fra Hallesand och jag vill fara klosetet, nu tinget slut och han nu tack. And that's the way I speak when I go to Copenhagen. I think I'm speaking perfect Danish, and I go, undskyld, hvor rådhuspladsen? And the Danes just go, it's okay, you can just speak to me in English, please. I can't understand a word you're saying because you sound so really weird when you speak. Just speak English because Danes actually speak good English and they're proud of that. But they don't hear how it sounds to us. It's Danglish. It's a different language. Like, I have a Danish friend who's so proud. He told me, first time we met, Ari, we were speaking English, and I could tell you thought I was English. But I'm not, I'm Danish. You know, it's just, you can't tell, because I don't have an accent. Yeah, sure, you don't have an accent. But it's fun. It's fun. And it's also just really fun, the way the Nordic people sort of stick together. We're not that many, and it's nice we have this kind of nice event where everything is so homemade and nice. Like, yes, we're going to get a random film director to give the award, who is also my husband. Thank you. He's... Oh, my best friend just won. Thank you. That's very nice. And I think it's good we pat each other on the back like that. I think it's pretty good. But I think there's one thing we have to address is that, you know, the way we speak together when we speak this sort of Scandinavian muddle, you know, this non-language that we try to communicate, we're always leaving Finland out. Because the Finnish language is totally different. And I think, to be fair, when we meet, we should just speak Finnish. That's the way it should be done. Of course, the award ceremony would be much longer, like mikkana pekkana nikkana pekkana. You know, there's so many syllables. But the nice thing about it too is that Finnish just sounds so badass when you speak it. Like if all the other Nordic countries have the same way of saying "I love you." You know, in Icelandic, "Jag älskar dig." In Swedish, "Jag älskar dig." In Danish, "Jag älskar dig." In Norwegian, "Jag älskar dig," because the Norwegians always end everything by jumping an octave. You know, they love ski jumping and they talk like they're ski jumping, like, "Oh, here kommer slutten av det smisset." You know, they're always... You don't even need to listen to what a Norwegian says, you just wait for him to go, whoop, and he's finished, you know. It's like, "Oh, det väldigt träffligt prisfestival i Reykjavik." Oh. Hyggligt. But in Finnish, they don't say "I love you" as "Jag älskar dig." It's "Minä rakastan sinua." Which doesn't sound like
And that is really
anything,
badass. Oh.
no. That doesn't sound like "I love you" in any other country than Finland, to be honest. That sounds more like "pay the money by Wednesday," you know. We should all speak it, and the way they swear too is so beautiful. Like it's like a little symphony of swearing that's always going on. When I went to Finland, I was driving in Lapland, and there were these mosquitoes biting us, and my friends were always going like, "Saatana, perkele, vittu, saatana, perkele, vittu, saatana," and even the name of the mosquito was funny. Like I asked, "Is that mosquito?" "No, it's a Finnish moth. It's called a makkarainen." Makkarainen. It's got a move to. It sounds like Macarena. I think Macarena was invented in Finland by accident, by angry Finnish farmers who were beating mosquitoes off them. "Saatana perkele vittu makarainen, saatana perkele vittu makarainen, vittu 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 makarainen."
Wolfhut 16 says, they use boy vittu all the time.
Hey, makarainen.
Oh,
Wolfhut 16 says, boy is butter.
oh. You just saying that reminds me of how random it is that like sandwiches in Swedish are what butter geese. So random. Oh yeah, and I was talking earlier about Danish compounds sometimes feeling really random, like oh, health being it's healthcare. Yes, definitely. And then I think like fighter is another like really weird one where it's like the fire beings. I'm sure. What was that compound? I have to look it up.
Wolfhut 16 says, brandman in Swedish, so not that weird. Wolfhut 16 says, brandman asterisk.
Oh, it is that. Okay, it might have been like fire department or something similar to like healthcare. I'm not exactly sure what the word was. I only saw it one time. It was funny. But basically it was doing the same thing like that the healthcare one is doing, representing an organization, but then by calling it like being. Oh yeah, Bren Vason. Fire being is that's what the one is. Fire department. Oops. Well, damn. Well, I guess try that. Yeah. Sure. Oh, cool. It's perfect. Okay, that was fun. Thanks for indulging me. I'm enjoying my favorite memes and stuff.
Er der sandsynligvis en mulighed i nærheden. Men det er ikke er i net. De arrangerer blodtapninger rundt omkring i landet og informerer folk om, hvordan de kan blive donorer. De har lokale afdelinger i næsten alle kommuner, så uanset hvor du bor i Danmark, er der sandsynligvis en mulighed i nærheden.
Where's we? I'm too far down. There we go.
Men det er ikke alle, der kan donere blod. Der er nogle krav, man skal opfylde. For det første skal man være mellem 18 og 67 år. For det andet skal man veje mindst 50 kilo. Og for det tredje skal man være rask den dag, man møder op for at give blod. Der er også andre ting, der kan betyde, at man ikke kan give blod. I hvert fald ikke på et bestemt tidspunkt. Hvis man for nyligt har haft en sygdom,
This word probably means recent. Recently or newly. Or too recently. But it's kind of I was just thinking it'd be kind of oh, this one doesn't have it. Wait, does it? No, it has a form of T. But it's also an adverb too, so it can be kind of hard to tell sometimes when an adjective will end in T or not.
taget visse typer medicin, eller rejst til bestemte lande, skal man måske vente lidt. Det handler om at beskytte både donoren og modtageren. Inden man giver blod for første gang, er der altid en samtale med en sygeplejerske eller læge, der gennemgår ens helbred.
Fair är lika med nylig i think.
Yeah. I was just looking at because I'm always curious about what the base form is. Because I haven't really seen this much. My guess would have been that it would end in a T, like for new leets with a T, but this one doesn't, and it doesn't. This one doesn't have to take a T to be used as an adverb. But most adjectives need to take a T in this when they're used like this, I think. But not this one, because there's always exceptions.
Det sker på baggrund af et spørgeskema, man udfylder, inden man møder op for at donere blod.
Okay. Question sheet. One fills out and stuff. I think that means you do it on the basis of a question. Okay. Does this actually mean background too? Just curious. background.
Mange udlændinge, der bor i Danmark, spørger, om de også kan donere blod. Svaret er ofte ja, men det afhænger af en række faktorer. Så der er det en god idé.
Oh, also, Wolf, I'm glad you're Swedish because then maybe at some point I'll study a little bit of Swedish again. Because most of the people who showed up are Danish, so I get more of an opportunity to actually practice a little bit. And it's a lot more fun when there's someone around who knows it, or you can talk to about it. It's way more fun.
Det at kontakte Danmark spørger, om de også kan donere blod. Svaret er ofte ja, men det afhænger af en række faktorer. Så der er det en god idé at kontakte Bloddonorerne Danmark for at høre nærmere.
Yeah, that's cool. Wait, where in Sweden are you from? Are you from the south, or the north, or the middle?
Wolfheat 16 says, middle part.
Middle part, cool. Seems like a good place to be, because then you also have right in the middle makes it easy to travel. Like you can go north, you can go south, you just have access to all the things, except maybe easy access to maybe Denmark or something. But I suppose most people wouldn't really care about going there.
Wolfheat 16 says, South part Skåne understands Danish better since they talk similar.
Yeah. One of the first things that made me really interested in the Scandinavian languages is that there's as you go up, the language slowly changes. It's not a clear distinction between only Danish or only Swedish. It's you start to get a blend of a Danishy sounding Swedish or a Swedishy sounding Danish as you move upwards. And there's so many different dialects and different ways people speak that aren't standard, but just there's so much diversity with language. It's really cool.
Selve ja, men det afhænger af en række faktorer. Så der er det en god idé at kontakte Bloddonorerne Danmark for at høre nærmere. Selve processen med at give blod er ikke så kompliceret, som man måske tror. Så lad os gå igennem, hvad der sker, når man møder op for at donere. Først bliver man registreret. Man oplyser sit navn og CPR-nummer, og så får man et lille spørgeskema, man skal udfylde, hvis ikke man allerede har gjort det. Det handler om ens helbred, om man har sovet godt, spist noget og ikke er syg. Derefter er der en kort samtale med en sundhedsperson, som tjekker blodtryk og hemoglobin. Hemoglobin er et stof i blodet, der fortæller, om man er egnet til at give blod den dag.
Super.
Hvis alt er i orden, går man ind og lægger sig på en stol eller briks. En sygeplejerske sætter en nål i armen, som regel i den indre side af albuen, hvor blodårene er tydelige.
Ricks. Couch.
Det gør lidt ondt i et sekund, men de fleste synes, det er til at bære.
Well, that's an interesting expression. See that there. I guess it's like it's over in a second, but bearable. To is to bear. Okay. Bear to.
Selve tapningen tager ca. 8-10 minutter. Man giver normalt en halv liter blod ad gangen. Bagefter
Wolfheat
där sidder
16
man ned.
says, the accent is so different that many Swedes joke about giving away Skåne to the Danes glad smiley.
I feel bad for Skåne because it's like Sweden doesn't seem to want them and makes fun of them. Denmark makes fun of them and doesn't want them. Like, no one likes Skåne. Poor Skåne. Maybe it should just become its own country. They don't fit in the best in either place. They're like a little bit of both. But it's a really cool region. The halfway point. Surely there's people in Skåne that would enjoy talking about both Danish and Swedish there.
Og hviler lidt. Der er
Oh, you know, there was also I just remembered another funny video. I'm sorry, I'm distracted by it, but it's worth it. And it was also really funny.
16
But
says,
I can't
"We
really
couldn't
understand most of
understand
it,
them
but
until
whatever.
we got a girlfriend from Malmö. After that, I've had no problem understanding skånska."
Wow, did that take a long time or just you got used to it really quickly? That's so cool. What was it? It's a humorous video, but I forgot what was it titled. Oh, it's been a while. I actually might have to look at my like bookmarks. It's amusing. I definitely have it. I'm pretty sure I have a bookmark somewhere. Let's see. Oh, I know. I there. That's the one. Okay. Mastering Swedish. I think that's what its title is. Lesson 1. Oh, that's the one.
First up is he's driving on a.
Have you ever seen this before? This is kind of wild. This is fun. 'Cause if not, what happens with it?
Wolfheat 16 says, har inte sett
Yes! Okay, we can watch it together then. This is it. Someone showed this to me a long time ago.
First up is he's driving on a field, which is oh god, this writing's small. I want to get some glasses. Oh, hang on a minute. Han är ute på en åker. That sounds crap to me.
Welcome to Mastering Swedish. Here are the instructions.
Right, okay.
You will be given a Swedish phrase that will then be repeated in English, and then you are asked to repeat it with us in Swedish.
Ah, right, I see.
Are you ready?
Yeah, no.
Let's begin.
Yeah,
No.
Han är ute på en åker och åker.
He's driving on a field. Now, let's repeat it in Swedish.
Han är ute på en åker och åker.
Well, do you expect me to say... I'm going to rewind that a bit.
Han är ute på en åker och åker.
Han kan väl göra det för att göra det. That's all we need to do. Just
Ska vi ha sex klockan 6?
Shall we have sex at 6?
Yes, please.
Let's repeat it in Swedish.
Okay.
Ska vi ha sex klockan 6?
Ska vi yes. I mean, how can you say it that quickly? Ska vi ha sex klockan 6? Ska vi ha sex klockan 6? Okay, that's all right. I'll do that again. Let's go back a bit. There we go.
Kan vi ha sex klockan 6?
Ska vi ha sex klockan 6? Okay, all right. That's not too bad. Okay, next one.
Tomten stod på tomten.
Santa stood in the garden.
Did he?
Now repeat it in Swedish.
Tomten stod på tomten.
Tomten stod på tomten. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Okay, carry on.
Det var tomt på min tomt.
My garden was empty.
Was it?
Repeat it in Swedish.
No.
Det var tomt på min tomt.
No.
Det var tomt på min tomt. Okay, not bad.
Får man ha får på planet?
Are sheep allowed on the plane?
Now, let me go back a bit on this bit, because the phrase, are sheep allowed on the plane, is that ever going to be used? Come on.
Are sheep allowed on the plane?
Probably not.
Now, let's repeat it in Swedish.
Får man ha får på planet?
Får man ha får på
Far? Får? Nej, får lamm.
Dad, do sheep get sheep? No, sheep get lamb.
What?
Let's repeat it in Swedish.
Fuck off.
Far? Får? Nej, får lamm.
Får? Nej, får lamb. Or something.
Vart tog vägen?
Where did the road go? Now repeat it in Swedish.
Vart tog vägen?
Vart tog vägen? Yeah, whatever.
De spelade in sitt band på band.
They recorded their band on tape. Repeat it in Swedish.
De spelade in sitt band på band.
These... something... Oh, bollocks to that.
Ät inte filen med filen. Använd skeden.
Don't use a file for the sour milk.
What?
Don't use a file for the sour milk. Use a spoon. Now, let's repeat it in Swedish.
Ät inte filen med filen. Använd skeden.
Inte filen med filen. Använd skeden.
Är det vinden som låter på vinden?
Is that the sound of the wind in the attic?
No, it's the sound of me flailing!
Let's repeat it in Swedish.
Är det vinden som låter på vinden?
Är det vinden som låter på vinden? Or something.
Jag hörde stegen när jag stod på stegen.
I heard the steps when I was on the ladder. Now repeat it in Swedish.
Jag hörde stegen när jag stod på stegen.
No, let's move on.
Man lyssnar bäst på rock iförd rock.
Rock is best listened to wearing a coat. Repeat it in Swedish.
Man lyssnar bäst på rock iförd rock.
Man lyssnar bäst på rock iförd rock. Oh, bollocks.
Det är rena fasan att se en fasan.
It is terrifying to see a peasant.
Yes, it is actually. I agree with that one.
Now, let's repeat it in Swedish.
Det är rena fasan att se en fasan.
No, I'd rather I didn't actually.
Anden förvandlades till den heliga anden.
The duck turned into the Holy Spirit.
It's a common occurrence in Southern America, I think.
Let's repeat it in Swedish.
Anden förvandlades till den heliga anden.
Anden från Vinlandlasten till den heliga fucking bollocks wanker.
Språkfascister kan komma när de ser ett komma.
Now, let me pause. Språkfascister kan komma när de ser ett komma. Okay.
Language fascists can come when they see a comma. Now repeat it in Swedish.
Språkfascister kan komma när de ser ett komma.
Komma, okay. Språkfascister kan komma när de ser ett komma. That's crap.
Jag ränar mina ränar inför slakten.
Well, now why is he speaking like an old man?
I clean your reindeers before slaughter.
What's happened to Mackie all of a sudden?
Repeat it in Swedish.
Jag ränar mina ränar inför slakten.
Inför slakten.
Bergsklättrare tycker det är toppen på toppen.
Mountain climbers think it's great at the top. Now, let's repeat it in Swedish.
Bergsklättrare tycker det är toppen på toppen.
Ooh, really? Oh, that's cool. I guess you need the guy speaking Swedish. That's cool.
Wolfheat 16 says, reindeers are only in the north.
Yeah.
Wolfheat
I heard-
16 says, so that's why he used a northern accent.
Oh, he switched accents for that sentence. What? I kind of want to go back and hear it to see if I can like. I didn't even notice that he changed it all, like the way he was saying anything.
Toppen på toppen. Mountain climbers think it's great at the top. Now, let's repeat it in Swedish.
Bergsklättrare tycker det är toppen på toppen.
Big stilty fitty funny bollocks with his bork.
Det är botten på botten.
It sucks at the bottom. Let's repeat it in Swedish.
Det är botten på botten.
Det är botten på botten. I think.
Huset var vitt och vitt.
The house was white and wide. Now repeat it in
Wait, did I go too far ahead? Where's the reindeer one?
Det är botten.
Repeat it in Swedish.
På botten.
Bollocks with his
på toppen.
Now, let's repeat it in
Wolfheat 16
Mountain
says,
climber.
Maybe it was way farther back. Huh?
Bergsklättrare tycker det är toppen på toppen.
right now in front of the slap then.
I swear, yeah, there was something with reindeers. It was before the top. Okay. You good memory.
Försmakten.
Oh, that one.
Jag renar mina renar inför slakten.
Oh, damn.
Repeat it in Swedish.
Jag renar mina renar inför slakten.
It does sound
Wolfheat
like the
16
old
says,
guy.
that one, yeah.
That's northern? What? Wow. Wait, is that like really easy to understand? When someone's speaking like that, like for you, for example?
Wolfheat 16 says,
Oh, okay.
it's easy.
right now in front of the slap then.
Bergsklättrare tycker det är toppen på toppen.
Mountain climber
tycker det är toppen.
His bork.
Det är botten på botten.
It sucks at the bottom. Let's repeat it in Swedish.
Det är botten på botten.
Det är botten på botten. I think.
Huset var vitt och vitt.
The house was white and wide. Now repeat it in Swedish.
Huset var vitt och vitt.
Huset var vitt och vitt. That wasn't too bad.
Jag tar till en till mikrofon för att få in Macke i mixen.
Oh, fucking hell.
I'll use yet another microphone to get Macke into the mixer. Repeat it in Swedish.
Jag tar till en till mikrofon för att få in Macke i mixen.
Jag tar till mikrofon för att få in Mackie i mixen. That was crap. One more for now.
Rocka med en rocka.
Rock with a ray. Now repeat it in Swedish.
Rocka med en rocka.
Rocka med en
That's all for
rocka.
this time, folks. Thank you for listening, and goodbye.
No, this is pretty mean. It's like lesson 1, yeah. But honestly, that guy, he was a good sport. He did surprisingly well. He did better than I would have done if I had tried to do this. So I also really like how he was like, I guess. And then sometimes he just straight up refused to do it. He's like, nah, I'm not doing that.
Wolfheat 16 says, how to confuse Swedish learners.
How to make someone give up learning Swedish on day 1 is just like, oh, well, that's basically what happened. Is it's like, I was like, oh, I think it might be fun to learn Swedish. And then someone was like, here's a video to help you. Like, lesson 1. It's like, oh, thanks. What the hell?
Altid vand til 10 minutter. Man giver normalt en halv liter blod ad gangen.
see. Do-do-do.
Bagefter sidder man ned og hviler lidt. Der er altid vand og juice og noget, man kan spise bagefter. Det er en lille tradition ved mange blodtapninger i Danmark. Det hjælper kroppen med at komme sig hurtigt, men de fleste føler sig okay allerede efter 10-15 minutter, og man kan sagtens køre bil eller tage på arbejde bagefter.
It's a coma says probably recover. Yep.
Ikke alt blod er ens.
You know, speaking of just like expressions that Danish people say, one of my favorite that I learned fairly recently, but I just think it's so funny. Like I love it so much because it's just hilarious. But and I think it's something they only do in Denmark. Like I don't know. It just feels really Danish. Like I imagine like you don't say exactly the same thing in Swedish, or you might, but yeah. But if you like teach somebody a lesson or you beat them or something or win, like one of the things like you can say to a person is like, so can du lære det? Like so you can learn it, and it's just like a kind of like an insult. Like I taught you a lesson. Basically it's used like that. Like you just got taught a lesson, and I don't know, something about it is hilarious. I even saw it show up in a show as well, where the character actually used it. After I had learned about it, I was like, oh my god, they actually used that expression. Or maybe it's so can do there. Maybe that's the word order. So I think so can. It might be so can do there. I think so can. Yeah. But a quick Google search will reveal like what it is. I think it is. Yeah. Can do that.
Deles i forskellige blodtyper. De 4 hovedtyper er A bagefter. Ikke alt blod er ens. Blod
Right? Every time I go back to this tab, it always like moves somewhere else.
inddeles i forskellige blodtyper. Man kan sagtens køre bil eller tage på arbejde bagefter. Ikke alt blod er ens. Blod inddeles i forskellige blodtyper. De 4 hovedtyper er A, B, AB og O. Dertil kommer, om man er rhesus positiv eller rhesus negativ. Det giver tilsammen 8 forskellige blodtyper. Blodtype O negativ er særligt efterspurgt, fordi det kan gives til næsten alle, uanset deres blodtype. Folk med blodtype O negativ er derfor meget velkomne som donorer. Hvis ikke man allerede ved, hvilken blodtype man har, finder man automatisk ud af det, når man donerer blod for første gang. Når man donerer blod, bliver det testet og sorteret. Blodet bruges ikke altid i sin helhed. Ofte deles det op i røde blodlegemer, blodplader og plasma.
It's this playlist.
Røde blodlegemer bruges til for eksempel operationer. Blodplader bruges til kræftpatienter. Og plasma bruges til mange forskellige behandlinger. På den måde kan én bloddonation faktisk hjælpe flere mennesker på én gang. Og hvor ofte kan man så give blod? Man kan ikke give blod hver uge. Kroppen har brug for tid til at gendanne det blod, man har givet. I Danmark må mænd give blod op til 4 gange om året. Kvinder må give op til 3 gange om året. Det handler om, at kvinder i den fødedygtige alder i forvejen kan miste jern gennem menstruation.
I swear I've seen this workshop before by itself. What is it? Skilled. Oh boy.
Og kroppen skal have tid til at hente sig ind.
Is this another where that means recover? Cover. Komme sig ind, hente sig ind. Or the other one was just komme sig. I think. What was it? Komme sig.
Imellem hver donation skal der mindst gå 3 måneder. Mange donorer planlægger deres donationer i god tid og sætter dem i kalenderen, så de husker det. Hvis du har lyst til at blive bloddonor i Danmark, er det faktisk ret nemt at komme i gang. Du kan blot gå ind på bloddonor.dk og tilmelde dig der. Du udfylder en formular med dine oplysninger, og så får du en invitation til den næste blodtapning i dit område. Mange steder er der blodtapninger på hospitaler, men der er også mobile enheder, der kører rundt til skoler, arbejdspladser og foreningshuse. Det gøres for at gøre det så nemt som muligt for folk at give blod. Jo mere tilgængeligt det er, jo flere donorer kommer der. Første gang man giver blod, kan man godt være lidt nervøs. Det er helt normalt, men personalet er vant til det, og de er gode til at berolige og guide en igennem processen.
Speak comforts. Calm down.
De fleste, der prøver det én gang, kommer gerne igen. Noget af det dejlige ved bloddonation er, at det ikke kun handler om selve donationen. Det er også et fællesskab. Mange donorer kender hinanden og mødes fast til blodtapningerne. Der er en hyggelig stemning, og man føler, at man er en del af noget større. Noget, der gør en forskel. Bloddonorerne Danmark arrangerer også sociale arrangementer og informationsmøder. Det er en måde at holde på sine donorer og skabe en god kultur omkring det at give blod. Mange danskere ser det som en naturlig del af at bo i et velfærdssamfund. At man bidrager, når man kan.
Oh, that's the word you just taught me in Swedish, but in Danish now. That's awesome. And I thought it meant a little bit, like, oops. I think I have seen this word before in Danish, but I completely forgot it. I haven't seen it for a while.
Og med det sagt var det alt for i dag. Tusind tak, fordi du lyttede med. Jeg håber, du har fået et godt indblik i, hvad bloddonation er, og hvilken rolle det spiller i det danske samfund. Det er en af de enkleste måder at gøre en forskel på, og forhåbentlig har dagens afsnit givet dig en lyst til at finde ud af, om det er noget for dig. Hvis du har lyst til at støtte podcasten med et lille beløb, kan du gøre det på Buy Me a Coffee. Linket er i podcastbeskrivelsen. Det er naturligvis...
It was the bidrag he used earlier in Swedish.
Yeah, I saw it and I was like, oh, that's the thing that I guessed wrong on, and that like you accidentally taught me and carries over to Danish. Like that's one of the things that's just so fun about studying, like, well, both Danish and then learning any Swedish and stuff is like a lot of things. Like, learn Danish, it helps you learn Swedish. You'll learn Swedish faster. The more Danish you know, the faster you can learn Swedish. The more Swedish you know, the faster you can learn Danish. And it's just a beautiful, happy circle, and it's really cool. Except you probably don't pronounce it like that. Like, she pronounces it like, so I guess it'd be pronounced bidrag. It's D-R-A-G. The A is making the ow. Like, that actually happens like a lot. When you have like AG come at the end of a word, not at the beginning, it turns into ow for some reason. Speaking of which, wait, I want to see, how is this word pronounced? Where's dance oracle? Or for something following, I think this one should be
Daglig.
Oh, it is daglig, yeah. Yeah, but like when it's by itself, like day, in day, one day, it's just like day. But then when it has anything following it, the AG turns to ow. But that like happens a lot with AG. And I don't think that happens at all in Swedish.
Til at støtte podcasten med et lille beløb, kan du gøre det på Buy Me a Coffee. Linket er i podcastbeskrivelsen. Det er naturligvis helt frivilligt, og alt indhold er gratis. Det vigtigste er, at du lærer dansk og har glæde af episoderne. Som altid håber jeg, at vi høres ved igen næste gang. Indtil da, pas rigtig godt på dig selv. Hej hej.
That's fun. Okay, I'm gonna do one more of these. Since some days I skip and don't do any podcast listening to. And the classic Hugo.
Hej alle sammen, og velkommen tilbage til podcasten Dansk for Begyndere. Som altid er jeg rigtig glad og taknemmelig for, at du lytter med i dag. I dagens afsnit skal vi tale om hygge. Et emne, som er helt centralt i dansk kultur. Hygge er faktisk et af de danske ord, som er blevet kendt i hele verden.
I think the word for this in Swedish, I think it was something like mysig or something, or cozy, yes, something like that.
Verden. Et emne, som er helt centralt i dansk kultur. Hygge er faktisk et af de danske ord, som er blevet kendt i hele verden. Men hvad betyder det egentlig? Og hvordan hygger danskerne sig? Det skal vi tale om i dag. Så lad os gå i gang og dykke ned i dagens tema. Hygge er et dansk ord, og det er svært at oversætte præcis til andre sprog. Det handler om en god stemning, om at være sammen med mennesker, man holder af, og om at føle sig tryg og tilpas. Det kan være en aften med venner, en kop kaffe med en kollega, eller en stille søndag derhjemme med en god bog og et tæppe. Hygge er den følelse, man får, når alt bare føles godt og roligt. Mange mennesker uden for Danmark har hørt om hygge. Det er blevet et internationalt begreb. Men for danskerne er hygge ikke noget nyt eller eksotisk. Det er bare en helt naturlig del af hverdagen. Det er noget, man gør, og noget, man taler om. Det var hyggeligt er en af de sætninger, man hører rigtig tit i Danmark. En vigtig ting at forstå er, at hygge ikke kun er en aktivitet. Det er en stemning. Man kan godt sidde og spise middag med nogen, uden at hygge sig, hvis stemningen ikke er god. Og omvendt kan man hygge sig helt alene, hvis man gør noget, der giver en ro og glæde. Stemningen er altså det vigtigste, og der er mange ting, der kan skabe den rette stemning. Lys er for eksempel meget vigtigt i dansk hygge. Danskerne elsker stearinlys. I mange danske hjem tænder man lys, uanset.
Oh my god, you know what? It just dawned on me for the first time right now that if you're from Sweden, oh, maybe you're not like there right now, but then it has to be like insanely late and you're probably exhausted. Just realized that.
Om det er hverdag eller weekend. Lyset gør rummet varmere og mere intimt. Det skaber en særlig ro. Udover lys spiller varme og komfort en stor rolle. Bløde tæpper, behagelige sofaer og en varm te eller kakao hører alle til hyggeuniverset. Mange danskere kender følelsen af at sidde indhyllet i et tæppe på sofaen, mens det regner udenfor. Det er hygge i sin reneste form. Selvom man godt kan hygge sig alene, er hygge ofte noget, man gør sammen med andre. Fællesskab er en stor del af det. At samles om et bord, spise god mad og tale sammen, det er hygge. Det behøver ikke at være en stor fest. Det kan sagtens være 2 eller 3 personer, der mødes til kaffe og kage. I Danmark er det meget almindeligt at invitere folk hjem. Man inviterer
Oh, I heard coffee. Coffee, okay. And then I thought maybe about fika.
venner eller familie til middag, og så sætter man sig ned og hygger sig i timevis. Der er ikke noget program eller nogen dagsorden. Man spiser, man snakker, man griner, og til sidst siger alle, at det var virkelig hyggeligt. Juletiden er særlig hyggelig i Danmark. Fra december begynder danskerne at sætte julepynt op, tænde adventslys og lave æbleskiver og gløgg. Der er julemarked i mange byer, og man mødes med familie og venner til julefrokoster. Alt det er forbundet med en dyb følelse af hygge. Mad og drikke spiller også en stor rolle i hygge. Der er visse madvarer og drikke, som danskerne forbinder med hygge næsten automatisk. Kaffe er nok den mest hyggelige drik i Danmark. Danskerne drikker rigtig meget kaffe, og det at tage en kop kaffe med nogen er i sig selv en hyggelig akt. Man sætter sig ned, holder om koppen og snakker. Det behøver ikke at være i lang tid. Selv en halv times kaffepause kan føles hyggelig. Kage hører næsten altid til, når der er hygge. Hjemmebagt kage er ekstra hyggeligt, men det kan også sagtens være kage fra bageren. Kringle, kanelsnegle, romkugler og drømmekage er alle klassiske danske hyggesager. Og så er der selvfølgelig slik. Fredagsslik er en dansk tradition, hvor man køber slik og hygger sig foran fjernsynet om fredagen. Om vinteren er varm kakao og gløgg meget populære hyggedrikke. Gløgg er en varm, krydret rødvin, som man drikker i december. Den smager af kanel, nelliker og appelsinskal. Det er en af de smage, der for mange danskere er forbundet med jul og hygge. Men hygge er ikke kun noget, man gør indendørs. Om sommeren hygger danskerne sig også udendørs. Man tager på picnic i parken, griller i haven eller sidder ved vandet og nyder solen. En grillfest med naboerne eller en tur til stranden med familien er begge eksempler på udendørs hygge. Danskerne er faktisk glade for at være udenfor, selv når vejret ikke er det bedste. Der er et dansk udtryk, der siger, at der ikke er dårligt vejr, kun dårlig påklædning. Så selv en regnfuld tur i skoven kan være hyggelig, hvis man er klædt godt på og er i godt selskab. Sommerhus er også forbundet med hygge. Mange danskere har adgang til et sommerhus, enten deres eget eller en families. At tilbringe en uge i sommerhuset med familien, gå ture, spille spil og lave mad sammen, det er hygge på sit allerbedste. En stor del af hygge er samtalen. På dansk har man endda et særligt ord for det, nemlig at hyggesnakke. Det er en afslappet, uformel samtale uden noget bestemt formål. Man taler løst og fast om vejret, om weekenden, om hvad man har set i fjernsynet. Det er ikke en seriøs diskussion, det er bare en hyggelig snak. Hyggesnakken er en vigtig del af dansk kultur. Det er måden, man opretholder relationer på. Når kolleger mødes ved kaffemaskinen og snakker lidt om ingenting, er det hyggesnakken i aktion. Det skaber en god stemning på arbejdspladsen og giver folk en følelse af at høre til. For danskerne er hygge ikke noget, man planlægger en gang om måneden. Det er noget, man forsøger at have lidt af hver dag. En hyggelig aften derhjemme efter arbejde, en hyggelig frokostpause med kolleger, eller en hyggelig søndagsmorgen med kaffe og kage. Det er alt sammen hygge. Det handler om at finde glæde i de små ting. Det behøver ikke at være stort eller dyrt. Det vigtigste er, at man er til stede og nyder øjeblikket. Det er på mange måder essensen af hygge. At sætte tempoet ned og mærke, at det er godt der, hvor man er. Og det er måske derfor, hygge har spredt sig til resten af verden. Det er en simpel, men stærk idé. Man behøver ikke meget for at hygge sig. Man behøver bare lidt tid, lidt varme og gerne nogle gode mennesker omkring sig. Og med det sagt var det alt for i dag. Tusind tak, fordi du lyttede med. Jeg håber, du har fået en god fornemmelse af, hvad hygge egentlig betyder for danskerne, og at du måske allerede har oplevet lidt hygge i din egen hverdag, uden at vide, at det hed det. For hygge er virkelig noget, man mærker, mere end noget, man kan forklare. Hvis du har lyst til at støtte podcasten med et lille beløb, kan du gøre det på Buy Me a Coffee. Linket er i podcastbeskrivelsen. Det er naturligvis helt frivilligt, og alt indhold er gratis. Det vigtigste er, at du lærer dansk og har glæde af episoderne. Som altid håber jeg, at vi høres ved igen næste gang. Indtil da, pas rigtig godt på dig selv. Hej hej. Hej alle sammen, og velkommen tilbage til podcasten Dansk for Begyndere. Som altid er jeg rigtig glad og taknemmelig for, at du lytter med i dag. I dagens afsnit skal vi tale om hygge. Et emne, som er helt centralt i dansk kultur. Hygge er faktisk et af de danske ord, som er blevet kendt i hele verden. Men hvad betyder det egentlig? Og hvordan hygger danskerne sig? Det skal vi tale om i dag. Så lad os gå i gang og dykke ned i dagens tema. Hygge er et dansk ord, og det er svært at oversætte præcist til andre sprog. Det handler om en god stemning, om at være sammen med mennesker, man holder af, og om at føle sig tryg og tilpas. Det kan være en aften med venner, en kop kaffe med en kollega, eller en stille søndag derhjemme med en god bog og et tæppe.
It's blanket.
Hygge er den følelse, man får, når alt bare føles godt og roligt. Mange mennesker uden for Danmark har hørt om hygge. Det er blevet et internationalt begreb. Men for danskerne er hygge
Concept.
ikke noget nyt eller eksotisk. Det er bare en helt naturlig del af hverdagen. Det er noget, man gør, og noget, man taler om. Det var hyggeligt er en af de sætninger, man hører rigtig tit i Danmark. En vigtig ting at forstå er, at hygge ikke kun er en aktivitet. Det er en stemning. Man kan godt sidde og spise middag med nogen, uden at hygge sig, hvis stemningen ikke er god. Og omvendt kan man hygge sig helt alene, hvis man gør noget, der giver en ro og glæde. Stemningen er altså det vigtigste, og der er mange ting, der kan skabe den rette stemning. Lys er for eksempel meget vigtigt i dansk hygge. Danskerne elsker stearinlys. I mange danske hjem tænder man lys, uanset om det er hverdag eller weekend. Lyset gør rummet varmere og mere intimt. Det skaber en særlig ro. Udover lys spiller varme og komfort en stor rolle. Bløde tæpper, behagelige sofaer, og en varm te eller kakao hører alle til hyggeuniverset.
Oh yeah, here it belongs.
Mange danskere kender følelsen af at sidde indhyllet i et tæppe på sofaen, mens det regner udenfor. Det er hygge i sin reneste form.
In hold. That's cute. What does Google Translate want to use? Wrapped in a.
Selvom man godt kan hygge sig alene, er hygge ofte noget, man gør sammen med andre. Fællesskab er en stor del af det. At samles om et bord, spise god mad, og tale sammen, det er hygge. Det behøver ikke at være en stor fest. Det kan sagtens være 2 eller 3 personer, der mødes til kaffe og kage. I Danmark er det meget almindeligt at invitere folk hjem til fest. Det kan sagtens være 2 eller 3 personer, spise god mad og tale sammen. Det er hygge. Det behøver ikke at være en stor fest. Det kan sagtens være 2 eller 3 personer, der mødes til kaffe og kage. I Danmark er det meget almindeligt at invitere folk hjem. Man inviterer venner eller familie til middag, og så sætter man sig ned og hygger sig i timevis. Der er ikke noget program eller nogen dagsorden. Man spiser, man snakker, man griner, og til sidst siger alle, at det var virkelig hyggeligt. Juletiden er særlig hyggelig i Danmark. Fra december begynder danskerne at sætte julepynt op, tænde adventslys og lave æbleskiver og gløgg. Der er julemarked i mange byer, og man mødes med familie og venner til julefrokoster. Alt det er forbundet med en dyb følelse af hygge. Mad og drikke spiller også en stor rolle i hygge. Der er visse madvarer og drikke, som danskerne forbinder med hygge næsten automatisk. Kaffe er nok den mest hyggelige drik i Danmark. Danskerne drikker rigtig meget kaffe, og det at tage en kop kaffe med nogen er i sig selv en hyggelig akt. Man sætter sig ned, holder om koppen og snakker. Det behøver ikke at være i lang tid. Selv en halv times kaffepause kan føles hyggelig. Kage hører næsten altid til, når der er hygge. Hjemmebagt kage er ekstra hyggeligt, men det kan også sagtens være kage fra bageren. Kringle, kanelsnegle, romkugler og drømmekage er alle klassiske danske hyggesager.
Oh, pretzels.
Og så er der selvfølgelig slik. Fredagsslik er en dansk tradition, hvor man køber slik og hygger sig foran fjernsynet om fredagen. Om vinteren er varm kakao og gløgg meget populære hyggedrikke. Gløgg er en varm, krydret rødvin, som man drikker i december. Den smager af kanel, nelliker og appelsinskal.
There are clothes, actually.
Det er en af de smage, der for mange danskere er forbundet med jul og hygge. Men hygge er ikke kun noget, man gør indendørs. Om sommeren hygger danskerne sig også udendørs. Man tager på picnic i parken, griller i haven eller sidder ved vandet og nyder solen. En grillfest med naboerne eller en tur til stranden med familien er begge eksempler på udendørs hygge. Danskerne er faktisk glade for at være udenfor, selv når vejret ikke er det bedste. Der er et dansk udtryk, der siger, at der ikke er dårligt vejr, kun dårlig påklædning. Så selv en regnfuld tur i skoven kan være hyggelig, hvis man er klædt godt på og er i godt selskab. Sommerhus er også forbundet med hygge. Mange danskere har adgang til et sommerhus, enten deres eget eller en families. At tilbringe en uge i sommerhuset med familien, gå ture, spille spil og lave mad sammen, det er hygge på sit allerbedste. En stor del af hygge er samtalen. På dansk har man endda et særligt ord for det, nemlig at hyggesnakke. Det er en afslappet, uformel samtale uden noget bestemt formål. Man taler løst og fast om vejret, om weekenden, om hvad man har set i fjernsynet. Det er ikke en seriøs diskussion, det er bare en hyggelig snak. Hyggesnakken er en vigtig del af dansk kultur. Det er måden, man opretholder relationer på. Når kolleger mødes ved kaffemaskinen og snakker lidt om ingenting, er det hyggesnakken i aktion. Det skaber en god stemning på arbejdspladsen og giver folk en følelse af at høre til. For danskerne er hygge ikke noget, man planlægger en gang om måneden. Det er noget, man forsøger at have lidt af hver dag. En hyggelig aften derhjemme efter arbejde, en hyggelig frokostpause med kolleger, eller en hyggelig søndagsmorgen med kaffe og kage. Det er alt sammen hygge. Det handler om at finde glæde i de små ting. Det behøver ikke at være stort eller dyrt. Det vigtigste er, at man er til stede og nyder øjeblikket. Det er på mange måder essensen af hygge. At sætte tempoet ned og mærke, at det er godt der, hvor man er. Og det er måske derfor, hygge har spredt sig til resten af verden. Det er en simpel, men stærk idé. Man behøver ikke meget for at hygge sig. Man behøver bare lidt tid, lidt varme og gerne nogle gode mennesker omkring sig. Og med det sagt var det alt for i dag. Tusind tak, fordi du lyttede med. Jeg håber, du har fået en god fornemmelse af, hvad hygge egentlig betyder for danskerne, og at du måske allerede har oplevet lidt hygge i din egen hverdag, uden at vide, at det hed det. For hygge er virkelig noget, man mærker, mere end noget, man kan forklare. Hvis du har lyst til at støtte podcasten med et lille beløb, kan du gøre det på Buy Me a Coffee. Linket er i podcastbeskrivelsen. Det er naturligvis helt frivilligt, og alt indhold er gratis. Det vigtigste er, at du lærer dansk og har glæde af episoderne. Som altid håber jeg, at vi høres ved igen næste gang. Indtil da, pas rigtig godt på dig selv. Hej hej.
Okay, cool. Done. Well, thanks guys if you're still around. That's fun. Thanks for helping me. Oh, I'm gonna go to bed. Good night.